Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. Thank you for being here today. Happy Monday. It's Monday again. But hey, it's almost Friday. So, you're getting there. I almost played a new game today, but then I decided that I wanted to play more PowerWash Simulator. So, so here we are. Maybe tomorrow or I was going to try and find my schedule cuz I forget what I said I was going to do this week. I don't even know what I'm doing this week. No stream tomorrow, stream on Wednesday. Okay, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. We'll see how this week goes. Everything is so crazy right now. I always think things are going to calm down. I'm like, we traveled and now we're going to come back and things are going to be chill. Nope, just kidding. Everything's stressful again. Also confirmed that we can't buy the cleaning liquids even when we're not in a game or like in a map or whatever. Like this is just in the main menu. Everything is out of stock. Did I watch the Oscars? No. Was that yesterday? Yeah, I don't. So I really don't. I really don't understand that. I don't get it. I don't know why they do that. I don't like. What's the point? Anyway, so here's the Warhammer set that somehow I had not done yet. So we're gonna do that. Did anybody get slapped? Did anything interesting happen? Do you want to share with us anything interesting that happened? Because it's a global. It's like Tarkov. I can't buy it because everyone else bought it. Only watched this time because Brazil won its first Oscar ever. Cool. Its first ever? That's insane. Hasn't the Oscars been a thing for like a long time? Holy shit. I imagine it's pretty hard to like get kind of in with the right people for, because it's like it's not just about making good movies and stuff like that, right? It's like it's very much like a popularity thing, I think, too, like knowing the right people and being involved in the right crowds and all. Engine sear. Is that a word? Subdivision of the vehicle schematic has been sent to your optic systems. Works systematically through localized contaminants. Analysis of detritus may provide vital data on adversarial capabilities. All dirt compositions will be screened and logged. Okay. Okay. You got it. Put it together. Oh yeah, the carnival thing. So the reload thing for R6 is supposed to be in Rio, but then also Lady Gaga is performing in Rio. I actually don't know when. I remember seeing it on her like Instagram or something. I can't remember. In May. Cool. Oh yeah, the reload thing is also in May. Well, I don't know what's going on with Fromage, so who knows. I don't know if she's going to that or not. So the carnival thing is going on right now? How long of a like event is that? It's gonna be chaotic. Oh, it's almost over. Okay. But it's not just like a day thing, right? I'm assuming it's like a... Yeah, it's really gross. It's not just dirty, it's like got goop on it or something. From last week until Wednesday. Okay, so it's like a week and a half or something. That's cool. We don't really... We don't have anything like that in the US. Mardi Gras is like a one day. Cinco de Mayo, kind of the same, right? I did finish the Final Fantasy robot thing. It just was annoying and took a lot of time trying to find all the little spots, but got there eventually. Official country holiday in which no one works will be tomorrow. Oh, okay, so everybody like parties and has like celebrations and stuff. Wait, what? She was attacked in a home invasion where they wanted her crypto. They wanted her did they think she kept it in her closet? What was she supposed to do? Here, guys, here's my crypto. The fuck? That's so scary. What's really, I mean, okay, so first, she's okay, it sounds like. Jesus Christ, how scary. And also, how do you, like, ever feel safe in your house again? Knowing that that happened. I don't know. I don't know, dude. That sucks. That's so shit. Oh, man. That's so shit. Well, I'm glad she's okay. Because... No thanks. Yeah, no thanks. No thanks. No thanks. Yeah, especially you're, like, sleeping. Nightmare. That's actually a nightmare. This is one of the reasons I miss having a really, really big, angry dog. Jesus Christ. I mean, I'm just... If there were 3 of them and they had guns, I'm really... like thankful, but also just surprised and like impressed that she didn't get shot. That's really lucky. They gave her a phone. Oh, that she was supposed to like log into her account so that they could like steal her crypto wallet or however that works. Damn, that's I mean, that's obviously, you know, it's like premeditated, like they had a plan. Crazy. That's really scary. So if she shot one of them, does that mean that they like caught them and then like were the police there? How did that end up? That's really scary. Holy fuck. This okay, that seems extreme. We're just power washing. I don't think they have been caught yet. Yeah, that's what I'm like. She shot one of them, so I mean, my experience with crime is pretty limited to TV shows and movies. So if this were a TV show, then they would check all the local hospitals for someone with something like a gunshot wound. That's, I imagine, what they will do. Some very heavy scaffolding for me to just be tossing it around like that. That sucks ass. Oh, man. Guys, don't break in. I don't have crypto, okay? I don't believe in it. I don't understand how it works, so I don't have it. That's so scary. I won't know any of my passwords. You have to give me my phone is the issue. I mean, just kidding, criminals. I don't have a phone. Or money. This isn't even a house, it's a green screen. I'm not even real, I'm a lizard. Now would be a really great time to reveal that I was, like, capable of some really weird trick, like licking my eyeball or something, but... just a normal human being. With normal human capabilities. So boring. Okay, how do I... Oh, it's, like, underneath this thing. Okay. I told Fromage one time, I was like, I bet that feels really good. Like, if you could lick your own eyeball. She thought it was very weird. But, like, you get what I mean, right, chat? Like, Don't you think that would feel good if you could? Like if it was a biological thing that you were capable of doing and that sometimes your body was like, yeah, you got to do this. I don't know. I feel like it would be like, no, why not? It's your eyeball. Doesn't it seem like you guys get it? It seems like, I mean, they don't do it just for fun, right? They do it because they're like cleaning their eyeballs. So if you had something stuck on your eyeball, if you could clean it like more effectively, you know, that's what I'm thinking. I was so confident. I was like, you guys get it. You're like, we don't? No, this time we're not following you. Most of the time, yeah, but this time you're on your own. All right. I'll just stand over here by myself, guys. Yeah, that's what I'm imagining, that it's like a satisfying thing to be able to do, right? Like your eyes are dirty. Like using eye drops. I use eye drops all the time. They feel great. How are you supposed to clean inside this thing? I don't. Oh, it's like on the. Okay, sure, yeah. Well, I'll take it. That's fine. Okay. I don't know. I think I like sometimes think about things that other animals are capable of doing, that it would just be really dope that if we could do it, you know? And maybe that one is a little bit of a like, who cares? But it would be like picking between, like when you're picking superpowers, you know, and we're talking about like actual superpowers, being able to teleport or super strength or something like that, versus like, I don't know, your drink never is the wrong temperature or something. It's like small things, right? So like if you were like an octopus and you could change your skin color to like camouflage, you know? I just realized just I don't have anything else to say on that. That's, you know, like squids and octopus, how they like can, and they could change like the texture of their skin too, you know? What else? But like, and sharks can sleep while swimming, right? They like float along. Or being able to pull oxygen from water, right? That would be like a big superpower to have. That, because that's basically you can breathe underwater, right? Oh man. Or if you could lick your eyeballs, you know, that's like a small one. A small superpower that you could have that animals have. But it stems from the thing where they talk about like in Jurassic Park, how they take regenerative genes from, I don't know, like lizards or whatever, and they're like mushing the genetics together, right? It's like jellyfish and stuff like that. And like human beings are also animals, so technically you could do something like that. It's just, you know, we have ethics and stuff. But in a completely hypothetical, if I could have the same abilities as some animals, there's some pretty cool ones, I think. You know, animals have some pretty cool capabilities. I mean, we do too, with like, you know, thumbs and elbows and stuff, but elbow pockets. Wait, they have pockets? Yeah, see, like that. I'm jealous. I didn't know otters had pockets. I don't have pockets. I want elbow pockets. Although maybe that'd be kind of gross. I don't know. I guess if you were used to it, it wouldn't be gross. It just seems gross because it's not something we're used to. kangaroo sack. Yeah, exactly. Like, we have to make our own, which opens up an avenue for capitalism, you know? Because they gotta sell you a thing to put your baby in so you can carry it. Not anymore. Kangaroo sacks. We have sweat, which is an S tier cooling system. Yeah, like there's definitely like really cool things about human beings too. It's just that there are things that some animals are capable of, which we are not. That it would be cool if we were. Like how mantis shrimp can see like thousands of colors that we can't see or something like that. Because we have 3 color icons, color cones or whatever they're called for like RGB. And then those combine into, you know, the colors that we can see. But mantis shrimp have 16, I think it is. They have like an insane amount. So like imagine if instead of RGB we had like RGB, LQ, RSV, and something. Like it's kind of gross. Looks better on the sea otter. I know, but that's what I'm saying is that it seems gross because we're not used to it. Because it's like, it's unnatural. But if it were something you were used to, it wouldn't seem unnatural, which would not seem as gross, I think, you know. It's hard to know. It's a thought exercise. We can throw things better than everything else, can we? We have I remember watching a clip about like the engineering of the human arm and like the way that our wrist and like our shoulders can like rotate in like different directions and stuff. It's pretty cool. Not too shabby. We're able to put more force into the things we throw. Haha. Take that mantis shrimp with your claw that can punch with the speed of a bullet and break the arm off a crab. I can throw things really far. Well, not me, but other people can. Other humans. Humans are capable of it, just not me. But there are humans who can. 12 types of photoreceptors. Yeah. That's crazy, huh? They can't even throw. No, they have these little, like, claws that hang off the front, and they do one of those things. And they do it so fast that it boils the water around it. But they're like tiny, you know. They can't throw things, so who cares? Bet they can't even look at Instagram reels or work in an office. One punch shrimp. Basically, yeah. Basically. They're pretty crazy. Wouldn't even know how to turn on a computer, would you, mantis shrimp? They don't know how to use the water cooler at all. Nerds. Oh my god. Can you imagine? Can't even use the water cooler. There's less occurrences of depression in other animals. Wonder why. Is it just us, or is it the animals who are wrong? I think it's the animals that are wrong, you know. So we're so much smarter than them, you know. We're so much smarter that we understand how much we're destroying the planet that they're living on, and we're really sad about it. Sorry, guys. There's just nothing we can do. They can get into the water cooler. The mantis shrimps? I mean, I could if we had a big enough one. Probably. Gray whites do get depressed. That's why they aren't in aquariums. I don't think it's that they get depressed. I think it's that they'll just die. Animals can exhibit depression or, like, you know, sadness and stuff. I'm definitely not saying that they can't. We can't lick our eyeballs, and we're really sad about it. I mean, I am. You know, that makes me sad. I can't see all those colors. I can't see X-rays. There's frequencies of sound that I can't hear. Yeah, it's sad that there's a lot of animals that, like, mate for life and stuff. You see that a lot in birds and such. I look at the Big Bear Eagle cam quite often because there's a couple of an eagle couple who live in this big tree. And every so often they have eggs, and sometimes they hatch and then they fly away. Sometimes they don't because that's just how eggs work, and it's cold, so sometimes they just don't make it. But like it's like the same eagles that just keep coming back to the same spot to have their eggs, and then they fly away. That's exactly what I was thinking of, Badger. I think about that all the time. That guy just raging about not being able to do more with his body than he should be able to because he's limited by human biology instead of being a Cylon super monster robot guy. Elephants have to learn how to use their trunks, baby elephants. Basically faceplant in water to drink because they haven't figured out their trunks yet. It's cute. This thing, maybe from the back. Okay, there we go. It's like in, yeah, it's Cabal. And then in Sunshine, they have that room where they can view the sun as they're flying toward it, but only at like 1% brightness or something, right? Something like really low. And the guy just like he keeps wanting to turn it up because he's just in awe of seeing it close up like that. But of course it's super bad for you to look at something that bright that close. But I imagine it's the same. It's like looking into a fire, you know? There's something about it that just like draws you in. So I can imagine wanting, if you're like getting close to the sun, wanting to look at it closer to see details that you haven't before. It's cool. You've not seen it, it's on your watch list? Cool. It's one of my favorite movies. I hope you like it. Sunshine. Cillian Murphy and Michelle Yeoh are in it, among others. Cillian Murphy, I think it's pronounced right. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I feel like every movie, if we're gonna be like trying to pull apart the details of like every movie, then like we're not gonna make any movies, because I feel like I could find some nonsensical plot thing in just about every movie that I've seen. There's always at least like one thing where I'm like, that doesn't really make sense. But it's a movie, so you have to suspend disbelief because that's how it works. Because I feel like then I could just look at every movie and be like, no one would respond like that. Nobody would have, no real person would have a reaction like that. Nobody would do that. No one would say that. No one would have, like, it's just, there's always something I feel like that we can point to that's like, this doesn't really make sense if this were in reality. But it's not in reality. It's a movie. But I'm also just, what's the word for movies? It's like a, what am I, a dilettante? Is that the word? Dilettante? Person who cultivates an area of interest without real commitment or knowledge. Yeah, like that. Like a casual enjoyer of movies, you know? So, what I'm saying could just be bullshit. Or it is just whatever, you know? It's my bullshit. Thing's got a lot of like little nooks and crannies that we gotta get in. But at least it's one of those that's pretty forgiving. This one's it seems much more forgiving than the Final Fantasy robot that we did. That one was pretty exact on the standards for cleanliness. Hunter Killer Missile Launcher. Hunter Killer. XX Hunter Killer. Here. Oh, the hatch is dirty, but I bet it's under. Yeah. Smoke launcher. We're launching smoke? Cool. Can only use them once per game. They almost always do nothing. Oh. So they got a dramatic name for nothing. Now I realize, because you guys asked me, we were talking about the Oscars at the beginning of the stream, and I realized that, like, I would know that the Oscars or some of those other awards shows, I would know that they were happening because of Twitter. And this time I didn't even know that it was happening because I don't have Twitter anymore. Yeah, because normally I see people posting about, like, the results or whatever. So then I'm like, oh, okay, that's going on right now. But not this time. There was an Oscar? Yeah, just one. Just one singular Oscar. They gave it to someone from Brazil, I heard. That's it. Everybody else went home. Wait, did the Emilia Perez movie actually win the Oscar? No, that wasn't Brazil. That was Mexico, right? Or I'm confused now. No, that was Mexico because everybody was pissed about the, like, Spanish and everything. But I don't know who made the movie, I guess, actually. Didn't win. Zoe Saldana won Best Supporting Actress. Okay. Well, I didn't see it, so. Trying to get these little, like, circular parts. I don't know what they're called, but they have see, look, as much as the time and attention I'm putting into each one of these little things, there's still, like, so much dirt that I'm missing because they're just, like, a weird shape. All the dirt gets stuck in it, I guess. I don't know. Probably we don't need to be that detailed with it if this whole piece is going to be cleaned. Yeah, I don't. People talked about that before. Like, they would watch movies on TikTok. I get, like, a lot of Instagram reels and stuff that are portions of movies that are kind of chopped up. But I guess also I'm not really looking for accounts that are posting movies, so it wouldn't show up for me. Very often, anyways. I would probably have to go looking for it. But that's pretty crazy, yeah. People just watch entire movies. I mean, I guess it's like modern day pirating. We still have the old methods of pirating, but now there's like new ones too. It's like pirating with fewer steps though. If you just watch it, you know, you're not actually you're not like downloading it. So what you're pirating is views, I guess, kind of. You choose to watch. Right, yeah, I know. Probably, I mean, they're on their phone all day anyways, so they can watch it, like, in class or when they're hanging out with their friends or whatever. You can just watch some of it, and then rather than sitting down and watching a 2-hour movie or a 3-hour movie. It's easier to digest in small chunks. It's like when the pilot says, yeah, we're going to be leaving in 15 to 20 minutes, and then they come back in 15 minutes and they say, yeah, it's going to be another 15 to 20 minutes. You know, it's like, just, here's a little piece. It's easier to digest than a big piece. Little piece. Those little breaks every 30 seconds and ads, too, is the... Yeah, I wouldn't do that, but I can see how little kids would just not really care. Especially little kids that are probably already struggling with having attention issues because of social media. You got him to watch John Wick on our TV. He was amazed because he's just watching movies on TikTok. That's so weird. It's so funny. Yeah, I can't imagine wanting to watch a whole movie like that. I could get, like, you know, parts of it, but the whole thing? Meh. Doesn't even care. Sub 500 viewers, no DMCA in sight. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I feel like you can get away with it for a time until you can't, right? Everybody was watching the Kitchen Nightmare stuff for a long time. Which I thought, I was pretty surprised that that went on for as long as it did. But it's I feel like my feeling is that it's like it works, it's fine until it's not. You know, it's like they're just because they haven't noticed yet doesn't mean that they won't. Hated the American version of Kitchen Nightmares. Kitchen Nightmares. Oh, I've not seen a different version of it. The earlier seasons I think were much better, and then I think I started noticing some very contrived scenarios in the more recent seasons, and so I stopped watching because it started to become like scripted. Oops. So I'm pretty sure that there's the more recent seasons, they're more like scripted for drama and entertainment purposes. But generally, yeah, it's like RTV is a lot more combative than other places, I think. Like, even just consider Great British Bake Off. It's a good example of just like, here's some nice people who want to make food. They win like a plate at the end. It's like it's not one of those things where it's like 40 home chefs compete in the Thunderdome each week. One will be eliminated. Like, crazy. I just feel like always American TV it's always just like nuts. It's like, one person remains at the end. Will they win $1 billion? It's just like, it's too much. Yeah, for $500,000. Can they bake this croissant so that Mary Berry will like... Oh, no, she's not on it anymore. No, I'm so sad. I miss Mary Berry. God damn it. It's always so intense. And then Great British Bake Off is just like, here's a nice plate. Thanks for joining us. I don't understand why it's in a tent, though. I know it's like, okay, it's iconic and stuff, but every season they have issues with the temperature. It's like, just put them inside. Why are they baking outdoors? Put the tent in a temperature controlled place or something so that they can actually bake. That's the one thing I don't get. Every year they're like, oh, it's too hot outside. Oh, it's too cold. Someone's sick now. Oh, something else happened. Dang, I wonder if we should put our tent indoors where we can actually control the environment. Nope. The Great British Bake Off. It's in a tent outdoors. That's what it... Oh, no. You were talking about Kitchen Nightmares. I was talking about Great British Bake Off. I don't know what I cleaned. Great British Bake Off is in like a big white tent, and then they put like kitchen setups in it, and I don't understand for the life of me why they don't just put it inside. I mean, yeah, it started like that, but again, that's what I'm saying. Like, every season they have some complaints about it being too hot in the tent. Everything is melting. They're like, here, it's super hot outside and you're in a fucking tent, and today's challenge is an ice cream sculpture. Yeah. I was like, come on, are you serious? Like, it seems so mean. Like, just put them inside. Yeah, the chocolate melts, like everything, like things just don't stay together like they're supposed to, but every freaking season there they are outside. I suppose it's part of like the iconic image of Great British Bake Off, because there's always people being like, I'm so excited to be here in the tent. Blah, blah, blah. But that's what I'm saying. Like, just put the tent inside. All right? Just... You can green screen in some nice idyllic countryside views of England. Yeah, I know, and it's a platter. That's what I was saying. I love that the prize is just like, here's a plate. I think they don't get any money for that either. I mean, some of them have turned it into like cookbook deals and stuff, you know, so I love that show so much. But I wish we had more of that, like in the US too, right? Like we could have the problem is if we had the Great American Bake Off, it would be, the editing and everything would be so much more like different. It's like there was a comparison that showed Gordon Ramsay arriving at a TV show for like a British channel, and he just like arrives like a normal person. And then the American, it was like Hell's Kitchen. It's like all the contestants arrive. They're all standing around and they're just like, where's Gordon? Like, what do we do now? And then it's like, helicopter flies in. There's like crazy intense music. Somebody like jumps out of the helicopter into the water in a wetsuit and then like climbs onto a jet ski, and then he jet skis up, and like it's clearly not Gordon Ramsay doing any of that. Like, and then he like he like fakes that he's getting out of a wetsuit for the jet ski and stuff. I'm like, come on, guys. It's not James Bond. We're not here for any of that. It makes me feel like I'm American, so I can say this, but this is what I feel like how the rest of the world sees us when they do stuff like that. It's like if I had a keychain with keys and I was just like, here, ding, 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 just like shinies. That's how I feel like they're treating us with the way that they edit TV sometimes in the US. That it's like they need to put shiny explosions and things to keep my attention. Like, I like the Great British Bake Off. I want more shows like that. It's nice. Everybody's so nice to each other. They're all like helping. They're all supportive. Prue, yeah, she's... I don't know. I miss Mary Berry. Prue's okay. She's... I don't know why. I get a weird vibe from her sometimes. I really don't know why. Edward, thanks for the 37-month resub. Meowdy. KVN, thanks for the 92 months. Soap for the skull throat? Huh? This thing sounds so crazy every time. They have their own shows filled with drama. Yeah. Oh, no, it's so funny, though, how much they're, like, they always play with her being like, we gotta put more alcohol in it for Prue. And then she's always like, not enough alcohol for me. She's so funny. I think it's just because I see her as, like, Mary Berry's replacement. And so it's like, you know, I have, like, resentment against her. It's not her fault. I just haven't let go of that. I miss the original hosts, too. I feel like the new ones they're doing well, but I still miss I miss the vibe from the first pair. Thought it was better. And then they've gone through like a series of trying to find a second. I can't remember what her name is, but she's been doing pretty well. I've seen the new CJX. I mean, I saw the announcements and stuff for it. I don't remember when the actual event is. When they're gonna show more and talk about it more. I know it's soon, but... I actually played some Siege, just like off stream with some friends recently. It's pretty fun. But we were just playing like casual, you know. She is a bit of a booze hound, yeah. It is pretty funny. Okay, so engine armor is listed all as like one thing. Okay. Outer track armor, top armor. Okay. Got it. On Twitter, a user reported the winner is a real chef who works in pastry and has a complaint for a traffic accident, which she was convicted of negligent homicide. So they had to re-record the finale with a new winner. Imagine they were like, like, you do the whole show and they're like, hey, sorry, we gotta get you to come back. You won, actually. There was a mistake with the... That's... Come dine with me, sore loser. Oh, no. Everybody loves a sore loser. That's crazy. The drama. First, I was like, damn, they were faking that they were a home chef, but they were actually a real chef. And then it got much worse. It was already bad enough. You just sprinkle on a little bit of negligent homicide. How come nobody checked her background? Yeah, I wonder how much... Well, yeah, that's true. If it was like that easy to find, then probably the people running the show shouldn't have had a problem finding it, right? Outer track armor. This cannon's not done. Trying to get in. Oh gosh. That one's done. Ah. Okay. The armor itself. Yeah, like pretending to be an amateur is one thing, but the like the murder part. I mean, it's a little bit more difficult to hide, I would think. Ah. Outer track armor. Okay. Toe ring. Okay. Engine armor. Okay. Adeptus Mechanicus. Track armor hatch. Okay. This thing. But where? There we go. Okay, Searchlight, Skid Plate, Ultramarines 2 plaque. Searchlight, Skid Plate. Oh, that's an Assault Hatch ramp. Okay. Assault Hatch, Ultramarine 2 plaque. Okay, Searchlight. That's us? Oh, we're Adeptus Mechanicus. Whatever that is. Alright. Okay, skid plate, I'm not sure. To me, the skid plate would have been, like, here. Maybe on the back. This is the skid plate, okay. Not sure where the dirt is. Oh, on the side. There we go. Nice. Cool. Hooray. That one wasn't too bad. There was a couple little weird spots, but overall. It happened. All that happened like 2 or 3 days after she won. Random Twitter user uncovered the whole truth. That's crazy. It's just like, oh no, not another machine. Blech. Sarcophagus armor? Oh boy. Cleanse initiated. Clarification required. Wait, am I a robot? Are we robots? Or do we go in the machines? I thought we were humans that go in the machines. Yes, and... Is the answer Warhammer? Yeah, just Warhammer. We just wave our hand. Cyborg who wants to become more robot over time. So we're Atom Smasher. So like walking coffins. Yeah, well, they call it a sarcophagus. It's like it makes me think of how in Yeah, see, all this metal, that it would be cool if we could clean it with a... Oh, they give me some metal cleaner, maybe? Because I couldn't buy any. I forget what I was saying before I got distracted by this. Out of metal cleaner. That's all we get. We got one bottle for some reason. Yeah, Sergey, I'm tired of that. Not today. He had his warning already yesterday. What am I... Oh. This little crab thing. It's good for the crevices. Yeah, I wish we had more of it, but... we're not allowed to have any. I don't know what the hell they're talking about over here. I'm just... Look, I'm cleaning this robot thing. This suit. Oh, I was talking about the TIE fighters. The TIE fighters in Star Wars, how they're, like, not designed for the pilots to be able to eject and stuff. Like, they just took out any of the kind of survival stuff because it makes it lighter and therefore more maneuverable. But it's, like, just an example of how the Empire doesn't give a shit if the pilots die, necessarily. The guy inside is placed in a coma so he doesn't... Wait, they actually... So they put a person in this, but they seal him inside? Why don't they let him out? Wait, but then... he just lives in there? And they just, like, put him in a coma? And then take him out of the coma, and then put him in the coma, and take him out of the coma, or... Too injured to fight normally. Oh. Okay. Most likely just a torso at this point. He's basically just a lump of meat. Guys, what the fuck? What? What? Wait. What? Excuse me, what? And then people are like, why don't you play Warhammer? You should play, why don't you get into Warhammer? I don't know, because it's fucking freaky. The hell? It's like that Pokemon that wears his mom's skeleton or whatever the fuck that is. You guys are into some weird shit. It's a weaponized coffin. Okay, when you put it that way, sign me up. Oh, wait a minute. When you put it that way, I've changed my mind. I no longer wish to be cremated. I want a weaponized coffin. Oh, man. Well, I just want to be able to do what animals can do, okay? They can regrow limbs and stuff. Get waken up every 100 years in extreme pain for the sole purpose to fight for the Emperor's enemies. I wonder how they, like, how confused must they be when they wake up? Do they remember what's going on, or... Oh, they have a... over here. Maybe like Winter Soldier. You just wake up in like a metal thing and like how are you supposed to remember what? You just gotta remember the controls and stuff. Maybe it's like riding a bike. Also, why do they have to be in pain? If it's like if the technology exists that we can freeze them for 100 years without any kind of detrimental effect or impact on their ability to operate a giant robot suit to kill things, can we just like give them some painkillers, or can they have like a morphine drip in there at the same time? There's like a dude in here. We're just stomping around on his head. It's okay. He's brain dead or something. I don't know. He's in there. He's just sleeping. He's napping. He's just having a nice, quiet, centuries-long nap. In his torso. I know, that's what I was wondering. I was like, I hope this thing is waterproof because I'm like, I could be pouring water into his suit right now. Would have no idea. Ding ding ding. Be the first shower they've had in centuries. Man, this place just gets worse and worse. First you're only a torso, then you can't even shower. Damn. Must smell really bad in there. I guess hopefully we get some water in there. How do they, like, eat and stuff? Do they, I guess, I don't, do they need to? How do they keep them alive, like, nutritionally, you know? Because Because they're still, like, functionally kind of human. DB. So they have some kind of, like, I don't know, something, like, piping in to give them nutrients, I guess, right? Hydration, stuff like that. Or have they, like, evolved past the need for that? I don't know. It's, like, built into their armor. Yeah, that's what, well, that's what I'm wondering, you know? Oh, like the Matrix pods? Yeah, those are like filled with goo. Whoa, as like a amniotic sac, I guess, right? Yeah, extra organs sounds like you need to eat more. I don't think extra organs would help you need to not eat. Trying to figure out what we're missing. Just like spamming tab and looking for dirt. Oops. But I'm not seeing any. They used to eat normally a couple of decades ago. Not anymore, apparently. Reactor top armor. Shoulder emblems, and then storm bolters, whatever that is. Sounds like a gun. Gatling gun. Or is it like a... okay. Oh, it's the chest ones? Stormbolt, okay. Yay! Okay. Nice. Alright, see you later, Carl. Well, probably not later, but somebody else will be here in 100 years. Not me. I'll probably be in one of those things, I guess. A tiny tank. Cute. Who'd they seal up in this thing? Oh, I was like, is it dirty? I thought this was the color of the paint. It's not. Tech priest. Is that me? I'm a tech priest? Cool. That sounds dope, actually. I will arrange for you to join my forces gathered with the assault. Yeah, see, exactly, that's what I meant. It was like, if I'm not power washing, I'm out there with them. Just keep power washing. Just keep power washing. These are just driven by normal guys. Are there normal people, like normal humans, in Warhammer? Yeah? Okay. I thought they were all, like, fucked up robot people and aliens and stuff. They're called victims? Oh. Sag. I guess it's kind of what I imagine it would be like not having force powers in the Star Wars universe, especially at like the peak of the Jedi and stuff where there was just like hundreds of them and thousands of them everywhere. Or like living in, if we lived in a world where like the Avengers were a real thing, you know? Imagine my eye is like watering. If you could if you lived in a world where some people like had crazy superpowers and you're like, "What? I'm just like a regular dude. That sucks." And they're just blowing up cities and stuff. Everyone's like, "Oh well, you know, it happens." Wasn't only 1 in 100 force sensitive? 1 in 100 what? Human beings? That's a lot of humans spread across a galaxy. Just use flamethrowers. They can produce shields. They can produce. Some of them can produce like 4 shields. 100,000. I mean, still. Spread across a galaxy, that's like millions of people that are force sensitive. It's just not all of them also become trained as Jedi. Some of them. It's like if you were force sensitive but you didn't realize what it was, you know, you just thought you were lucky or something. You wouldn't necessarily be sought out by the Jedi to train at the temple and stuff like that. Especially also if you're older and they didn't like find you before so that they could kidnap you from your parents or whatever. Yeah, well, that's why I said when there were hundreds and thousands of Jedi across the galaxy, because there was a time that that was the case, but not after Bane, my king. Start today. You were more invested in Xana's brother as a kid than Bane or Xana. Brother. Her cousin Tomcat? Is that... You're talking about that guy? I think that's what his name was. Was it her brother? I mean, it doesn't matter. Bane just gives a lot of insight into like how the Sith ended up in the movies and stuff, so I feel like that also is really cool. It's it also depends on it, like the abilities that each Force person had. It kind of depends on what Star Wars media you consume. Because in the books there's a lot more stuff that they were like able to learn how to do. And so like, and also there's like some people had, this was like in Clone Wars, I think. There's like some people have Force capabilities that other people don't. Like they just never will be able to do. Like I think it's psychometry or whatever, where you can like touch something and be able to tell who interacted with it and where it came from and stuff. And not everybody can do that. It's like considered a really rare gift. So some people could produce like a type of shield using the Force, but I don't know if everyone could do that as like a default. I think the like telekinesis kind of thing, like minor telekinesis, is the default, and like you know, spider senses, kind of like Jedi senses, is the default. But some of the other stuff is pretty complicated. Battle meditation was all over the place in the... Yeah, and there were also Sith that used that technique. I know that the clone Sabaoth does it at least once or a couple times in the books. And then I'm trying to remember. There was another person, I think it was in the Legacy of the Force, that I can't remember what her name was, but I'm pretty sure they used it in that as well. So there's like a few people that can do it. Or can... I don't know if it's actually... I'm not sure if what Sabaoth did was considered battle meditation. Or if that was like... possession. Kind of. I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot of content that they just will probably never use too, because it's now like they're considering it not canon and stuff. So the thing is, like, I don't even really care what the rating of it is. I just want them to actually make it good. It's just, that's my issue now with the movies, is that Like, there can be good movies that are... It doesn't have to be rated R to be good. It's just that they are not good at making content that is enjoyable both for adults and for kids, I think, anymore. Lean away from the Jedi and more things. Yeah, I mean, like, Andor. Andor was great. Barely any Force stuff in Andor. It doesn't need to be there. There's so much more other stuff in the universe, and it's all pretty interesting. It's also like, even if they do spend time on Jedi stuff, I think that's still fine. I think it's just the way that they're going about it that is not super great. But Kenobi was peak Star Wars. Kenobi... What? The book? Or... the character? The show. The show was like one of the worst things I think I've ever seen. Of Star Wars, especially. I think the only thing worse than the Kenobi one was maybe the Boba Fett one. Oh, yeah. Well, definitely, that's why like a lot of people say that they want them to stop doing like Skywalker era stuff. Because it's like, not only are people kind of tired of like the Jedi story, but it's the problem is that they only tell one note. Like, they're only playing one note of the Jedi story instead of some of the other interesting ones. They just keep going back to the same people over and over again. Yeah, Rey Palpatine was pretty stupid. I don't really know what they were thinking. And then she meets an old lady in the desert. Rey who? What do you want, her email address? Ridiculous. Just ridiculous. Her romance. Oh, Kylo Ren, yeah. And then it was like he's like they're like related or something. I don't know. What a weird, like, it was just so weird. It was just all so weird. Oh gosh. Yeah, it's the bot. Thought you were typing a link. You're okay. You're not in trouble or anything. It just deletes the link so that nobody clicks it by accident. That's true. That's true. Accidental incest seems to be par for the course with Star Wars. Someone should look into that. George, what do you have to say for yourself? Why does this keep happening? It can only be an accident once, man. It's not an accident if it happens twice, okay? Rey and Kylo were Disney, not George. Yeah, I'm just joking. I mean, I don't actually know how much say anyone had in any of the movies or anything like that. So it's still like, it's still Lucasfilm, right? Does he not work on the new movies or the new stuff at all? He has nothing to do with any of it? It's completely hands off. Nothing? So what does he do? He just retired, I guess? He sold everything. Oh, okay. So he doesn't even own, like, Lucasfilm anymore? It's Lucasfilm, but he sold Lucasfilm, not just Star Wars. Oh, okay. It's just that it has his name, so, you know. Swims in his piles of money. I mean, hey, that's, you know, I don't blame you. If I could swim in money, then why not? Okay, how are we supposed to clean in there? Oh my god, each wheel is an individual thing to clean? Okay. Oh yeah, no, I mean, hey, everybody wants to retire. If everybody could retire and have a bunch of money to relax with, I bet they would. I would. Oh yeah, I forgot about the Acolyte. I think we started watching it, and then I think we didn't continue watching it. Got weird really fast. Yeah, I think I watched until they, like, revealed the guy. And I don't know, I just remember not being very interested in it. I think I just don't like Star Wars besides, like, the books. You know, like, I mean, I really like parts of it. It's just that, by and large, the IP, the way that I enjoy it is through the books more than through the, like, TV shows and stuff. Andor Season 2 sometime. Yeah, I don't know exactly when, but yes. Next month? Are they releasing it? Do we know if they're releasing it all at once, or are they doing a, like, episode by episode kind of thing? Have I read any good ones recently? I don't know that there's been very many new ones besides the High Republic ones that I don't really like. Oh, they're doing 3 a week? Okay. Cool. Well, cool. I'm excited for that. I hope that it's good. And if it's not, at least we still have Season 1 to remember. We'll remember that fondly. I don't really have faith in them not to fuck it up, so I have middling expectations, because the best Star Wars books, generally any of the Timothy Zahn stuff is considered some of the best to start with, especially because it also uses a lot of characters that are from the movies, like Leia and Han and Luke. So yeah, the Heir to the Empire trilogy by Timothy Zahn is usually where I recommend that people start. So it's only like 3 books, and it like I said, it features like Chewie and stuff, so it's like nice to step into because there's familiar characters in a familiar universe, and then you go from there. There's also Timothy Zahn has written a lot of books about Thrawn. So there's the Heir to the Empire trilogy, but then there's also there's a duology, and then there's a different trilogy. So it's a little bit confusing. But the Heir to the Empire trilogy is the one you should start with. The current canon Thrawn books as well. Yeah, that's I think. You're thinking of the trilogy that's like the Ascendants? It's like Chaos Rising, something, because those are also Zahn, yeah. But those are like a past of Thrawn. It's just coincidence that the names rhyme, right? Right, Mr. Zahn? You didn't name the character after yourself, right? I still need to read Mercy of the Gods. Which is an Expanse book, not a Star Wars book. Well, not Expanse, but it's James S.A. Corey. New Jedi Order, Bane, and Corellia. You haven't read the Thrawn books? Surprised. I feel like that's generally where everybody starts. That and Legacy of the Force is really good. And Fate of the Jedi also. Oh, I think it's in Fate of the Jedi that there's that the like Sith apostle kind of people. I don't know. I get confused between the names of like, because it's New Jedi Order, Legacy of the Force, and Fate of the Jedi. And each one is like a series of books, and I always forget which one is which, so I have to look it up every time. Jason would never. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the Thrawn books are really good, so and the audiobooks are also excellent. I also have a hard time with that. Not my Jason Solo. I don't claim this one. So then, I think it's Fate of the Jedi that follows Luke and Ben basically traveling the galaxy trying to, Luke is trying to retrace Jason's steps to kind of, like, figure out what happened, I guess. So they visit a bunch of, like, other Force-sensitive, people. Which is interesting. There's, like, a culture of people that they are capable of using the Force in a way that, like, Jedi have not learned, but they also don't really like to use the Force, if I recall correctly. So they're, like, really secretive about it and everything. And they treat it as more, like, sacred than we do, I think. Smoke launchers again. Where are the smoke launchers? These things, okay. Okay. Track adjuster. This thing? Oh. The, like, inside thing? Okay, front lights. What is a multi-melta? Multi-melta. I remember seeing that when I was cleaning this thing. I just don't know where it was. Oppressor cannon, coaxial, melta gun, front light. No, I'm falling. Front light, okay. Melta gun. This thing is the multi-melta. Got it. And sponsons? Sponson is this box, I guess. Yay. Job complete. You're welcome. So clean. Ready to kill. Hi. Oh, careful. Careful. Now what? Another robot? Is that all they have is death machines in this place? So what is this? This thing's huge. How many people do they shove in here? They could probably fit like 6 or 7 torsos in this bad boy. I think they gave me metal cleaner, at least one, so that's nice. Thanks, guys. Well, the whole thing is Warhammer, yeah. The whole set of maps we're doing is all based on Warhammer stuff. It's so shiny back here. Khaleesi, thank you for the 74-month resub. Welcome back. Thank you so much for your continued support. Dash, thank you for the 78 months. Welcome back. Thank you for your continued support. Bag, thanks for the 16 months. Rosin, thank you for the 91 months. Almighty, and thank you for the 6-month resub. Not the protagonist, good to see you again. Thanks for the 62. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Knock, knock. Yeah, this is... They must have just dumped this whole thing in like a pile of dirt. There's no way they got it this dirty. Like underneath and all. It's crazy. That's crazy. This thing was buried for a while. So quiet. We're focusing. We're all listening together very intently. Okay. This part I like can't get to those because they're behind this thing. Trying to do as much as I can from like one angle so that when we change angles, then we'll get new stuff. Oh, I can get this side. Cool. A little bit. A little bit. What? I can't. Okay. Cursor's very confused. Lots of purple goop on this chainsaw arm. What are we fighting? Are they aliens? Orcs. Oh. Space orcs? Xenos, mutants, heretics. Tyranids. Okay, well, I don't know what a Tyranid is. Bugs? Okay, so Helldivers. Giant bugs. Demons? No, go back. Bugs, mutants. Okay. Demons? No. You've gone too far. Only tech priests. Wait, I'm a tech priest. They're not fighting me. I'm a good guy, I think. I don't know. Are these guys the good guys? They don't really seem like it. I don't think there are good guys. It's just the living and the dead, I guess, huh? Only who's worse, yeah. You just, if you really squint, if you just really squint, like so much so that your eyes are just basically closed. Oh, I thought I could run through there. Silly. Well, they've got style. That I have gotta say. Because, damn. Look how sick this looks now that it's, like, clean. Bro, the chrome, the yellow paint, the, like, filigrees and stuff. They didn't have to add that fun stuff, but they did. Because they're looking for fashion. Look at all of this. That's so cool. Called knights for a reason after all. Yeah, I mean, it does look like a suit of, like a medieval suit of armor. Took the crazy violent people from a bunch of planets, had them all fight each other, so they aren't on the home planet causing trouble. For me, I feel like what I'm hearing so far, this feels like if you took our current civilization and advanced it like 50,000 years or something, that this is probably what we would end up with, you know? Shoving human torsos in suits to fight for corporate overlords or some shit. You stop. Look, you're not going to be here in 50,000 years. What do you care? That is your great 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 grandkids problem. All right. Your ghost will be so depressed. You're depressed now. Come on. What? You put sad Tumblr in your name, okay? I don't feel that bad saying that. I would be so depressed if that happened. You're depressed now. How do they see out of these things? Can they see? Or do they have like a HUD maybe? I don't know how, I mean, I guess, do they have like pretty advanced technology? They're like spaceships and stuff, so why are they dressing them up like medieval knights then? Technology is a mixed bag. Okay. I mean, I guess it's like, you know, most thing, like, unless it's like very hard sci-fi, which this is clearly not. It's like Star Wars, you know, they've got like communicators and stuff, but everything looks like it's from the 70s, because it is. They don't understand how lots of it works. Wait, they don't understand how it works? They have the technology, but they don't know how to use it? Did they just find it? How do they not know how it works? They didn't invent it, or they pray to a computer. I mean, I do that every time I turn my computer on. They're just like me. Okay, well, I don't understand how they don't understand the technology if they're the ones who, like, how did they get to that point of technology without understanding how it works? It's like, oops, we accidentally built a spaceship. Don't know how that happened, but I guess we'll press some buttons and fly through space now. Whoops, accidental missile launcher. Darn. It's trying to go for a bowl. Trying to make an ashtray and sculpture. Oh no, multi-melta. The knowledge was lost somehow. Oh, interesting. So it's kind of like Foundation, you know, where they've got to like put together like a tech Bible so that people understand how to do stuff again once civilization falls. But they lost the Bible, so now they're like trying to figure it out. Interesting. You're allowed to talk again? Yeah, if you talk normally. If you spam weird shit about YouTube and Twitch or emotes and stuff again, then you'll be timed out again. Since I told you to stop doing that and you still decided to do it again today. Doesn't explain why the parts have to be 80 millimeters apart, but it doesn't work if the measurement's off. Right, yeah, so that's what I was thinking. It's like... So they lost the guide for how to use the technology somehow. Lost in the universe. Yeah, I started watching Foundation. It was pretty good. And then I waited because I was going to watch it with Fromage. I thought maybe she would like it, but I don't know if she really likes it. So I think I'll probably just finish it on my own sometime. It's also that I think sometimes if it's like something that's very sci-fi themed and they use a lot of words that are like not really English words, but they have kind of, you know, like, I don't know how to describe it, like sci-fi terms and stuff like that for a person whose first language is not English, it can be a little bit hard to deal with sometimes, I think. New season allegedly sometime this year. And I think Foundation also, like, conceptually, it's... The start of it, it's a little bit hard to deal with because of the math. It's like math and establishing a political kind of universe that if you haven't read the books or the book or anything, then... It's a little bit tough to understand, I think. Yeah, like it's hard to follow if you don't already know what's going on. Oh god. Or understand like what they're saying. I don't remember. It's just one book, right? Foundation by Isaac Asimov. It's a big series. Oh, okay. I thought it was just the one book Foundation. We can't put this thing in here. There's not going to be space for it, so we'll just have to do our best without it. You're mixing it up with something else. Okay. I thought it was just one, but I was wrong, so maybe we're both confused. That was just the Foundation. Oh. Great. It's like 7 books. Jesus. Reminds me of when I was like first gonna read Dune, and I was like, okay, where do I start? How many books is this? I'm like, oh, it's 1 billion. Got it. Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain, like Thrawn earlier. It's like there's the Heir to the Empire trilogy, there's the duology, which follows the trilogy, And then there's another trilogy that is set in kind of, it's like, it also has Anakin in it a bit. Because Thrawn actually met him before he became Darth Vader. And then there's another trilogy which is set in Thrawn's like young adulthood and stuff, in the Chiss Ascendancy, which is interesting. Gives more insight into like his background and stuff, and also like the Chiss society and all. So it's always like that. There's a trilogy. Well, there's 3 trilogies, but they're all out of order. None of them, they're not like one follows the other. Talking... Oh, well, I mean, we were just talking about Thrawn, specifically. The books. Are you losing your touch? What? It's a big machine. Alright? It was super dirty also. You had orc guts all up in this bitch, so... How about you chill out? Alright? We're working on it. I'm only allowed to have 3 freaking metal cleaner things. For some reason. This is one of the DLCs for this game, yeah. There's quite a few. There's Tomb Raider, there's SpongeBob, there's Shrek, there's Warhammer, there's Final Fantasy. They have a bunch of crossover DLCs. In addition to, like, the base maps that are not themed beyond vehicles and, like, cars or buildings and stuff like that. But then for each of those sets that I mentioned, they've got like 5 or 6 maps generally that have a theme, like something based on the IP that they're all themed on. So for Warhammer, it's been a lot of tanks and suits of armor so far. I'm hoping that there's one left and that it's like a building or something that we can do, because these are... I don't know if this is the last one. Usually they save like the more complex ones for later in the like set of maps. So this could be the last one. I'm not sure how many maps there were. Imagine power washing a church on legs. What? A church on legs. Imperial Knights are probably 50 to 60 feet tall in Warhammer. This one doesn't seem that tall. I mean, it's tall, but it doesn't seem that tall, you know? But of course, I think they have to change the scale for this Power Wash simulator, otherwise it'll be crazy. Because this thing is what... This is the Imperial Knight that you're talking about, right? Yeah, but the Titan is a different thing, right? Yeah, I understood that part. This thing is the Imperial Knight, which in Warhammer would be much taller even than this, which is still crazy already. I mean, maybe it's... I don't know how tall I am. Because that's probably like 8 feet, right? So it's definitely not that. It's not like 30 foot, but it's still big. Or 50 foot, I guess is what you said. It's pretty crazy. Damn, how many, like, orcs and things are there then if they need this shit? Where are all these orcs coming from? Are they just like, there's a planet of them somewhere? They grow out of the ground? What? They just come up out of the ground? They just kind of happen? What? Cool. It's like Lord of the Rings. They just like pull them out of the mud. Siren Kate, thank you for the 37-month resub. Somehow Palpatine returned. The orcs just kind of happen. All the Warhammer fans are going to be so mad that I just equated the ridiculousness of that to Star Wars. The orcs just kind of come up out of the ground. That's... You guys are worried about plot holes? They just kind of grow. You know. They just pop up out of the ground. Interesting. Yeah, how do they... I mean, how do they do anything then? Do they grow up out of the ground on, like, multiple planets? Or is there, like, one specific place where they start, like, they originate from? Or could it be, like, anywhere? I know Warhammer is really complex, so I appreciate you answering my questions with, like... I feel like a lot of you are translating it into something that I'll understand, and I appreciate that. They've been found on asteroids. Interesting. Huh. Okay. How bizarre. Emily, also thank you for the 79-month resub. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you for the 79. Orcs are descended from bioengineered weapon made by all-powerful beings like a bazillion years ago. Okay. So they're a bioweapon. Okay. And what are we? Why are we fighting them? What are we fighting for? What is our cause, our purpose, our mission? Because they know war. I mean, but like, why don't we don't just kill them, you know, and like, it's their lives. Are there like a lot of them, so that puts us like in a position where we need to be fighting them like constantly? Because it's just like a never-ending onslaught, or because I imagine growing out of the ground, killing them creates more spores. Oh, so it's like a Hydra situation. And they, I mean, apparently they grow kind of fast, it sounds like, so. Fighting them actually makes them stronger? Wait, it makes them multiply, but how does it make them stronger? Strength in numbers, but like, how do they... Does it actually do something else functionally to make them stronger too? Nimbus, what's up? Thank you for the gifted sub for millionth. Thank you. They physically get stronger. If orcs believe enough in something, it actually happens. Wait, what? I thought you were like memeing. Like the power... Someone said the power of collective belief? Yeah, millionth. I thought you were joking. That's real? They just believe in it hard enough and it becomes true? How do they do that? Magic? They generate a psychic field that warps reality. Oh. So like in like a concentrated area of some kind. Not like in a universal sort of way. So magic, kind of. Yeah, well, I mean, they're orcs. Makes sense, I think. For there to be some kind of magic. Huh. Okay. That's pretty wacky. One of the famous human commanders just wouldn't die because the orcs believed he was unkillable. Whoops. They thought he was unkillable, so they made him unkillable, basically. Very interesting. It boggles my mind how some people can come up with this stuff, you know? Like the first people to not just play, but to like create and craft a game for other people to also be a part of, right? Like D&D. Like the first people playing D&D. Or like writing the rules for it, you know? Crazy. Workshopping games? Like, yeah, like maybe if we wanted to work on some games together, we'd need to workshop them. So like a games workshop, yeah. Yeah, we're at 99%. I'm missing a couple things. Still trying to find... what's in there. Orc pirates with pirate hats. Oh my goodness. That sounds a little corny. There we go. Pelvis. Pelvis plate. Oh, there we go. TwitchCon this year, I don't know actually. I haven't really thought about it because it's pretty far away still, so I don't have any like plans or anything, but it's still too far for me to be planning anything, I think. But it is supposed to be in San Diego again, which is always good news for me. Yeah, it is supposed to be in Vegas again, I think. It's just that, like, even the last time I went, it was nice to see people, but it was just kind of like, I don't know, I didn't have, like, a lot to do, and there's not a lot about TwitchCon that's, like, super interesting for me anymore at this point. So maybe, like, to see people again, you know, but not necessarily to do a bunch of stuff. I don't know. Guess we'll see. Okay. Helm. Well, I know where that is, I think. It's just hard to get the right angle, I think. And I don't know what Fromage is gonna have going on, so... Cockpit hatch something. Cockpit. So we can get in and out? Or is it just to remove the dead guy once he's dead? I imagine that at some point they die. Hatch railing still. What did I... Battle cannon, heavy stubber barrel? Battle cannon barrel. These ones are... Oh, these ones are manned by coffins. Oh, so these dudes get to, like, get in and out, and they're just, like, regular dudes? That's nice. It said Battle Cannon, Adeptus Mechanicus Sigil. The sigil. But I don't see a sigil anywhere. Skull in a cog. Yeah, but I don't see... Is that it? No, that's like a... So this one has that, but it's the chainsword. Okay, so that's a different one. Battle cannon. Okay, and this is the battle cannon, so it's in here somewhere. Or it's, maybe it's, like, on the back. Ah, it's on the back. Okay, cool. Okay, this one also wasn't clean fully over here. Okay, I can't. Oh, it's the blade. It's the whole thing, not just the sigil. Okay. Lower leg greaves. Probably on the inside, I would guess. Piston. Lower leg auxiliary piston. It's got a bunch of these. Okay. Lower leg. Oh, another one. Oh, it's like in the front. How am I supposed to get that? Oh, never mind. I just did. Okay, well, he's got that thing and a fist, some crossed bones, and then a target, a sun, a lightning bolt, and a bullet, I guess? And that says something... Hawk Shroud? Oh, you already said that. You said Hawk Shroud something. Lower leg pistons. We're still looking for one. Oh, this one in the front. Pelvis plate. Reactor housing. Oops. Reactor housing. Reactor... Oops. Okay, reactor housing. Okay, so now what's a tabard? I know I've seen the word before. Oh, it's the flag? Okay. The crotch banner, yeah. Nimbus, thank you for gifting 4 more subs. Thank you for your 5 gifted subs today. I really appreciate your generosity. Thank you. Okay, do you need me to look at this anymore? I guess you can just pull up the VOD. It looks pretty sick. I mean, when it's not covered in dirt. What's next? Thunderhawk. Okay, giant spaceship. Giant spaceship, much better than another robot thing. Let's do... Did you guys give us any soap? Oh, they did. They gave us 4 bottles. What should we use it on? The gunky parts, right? Takes longer to get all the gunk off when we don't have that. Blood angels. Yes. Now we have our answer. Looks like it flew through a, like, snowstorm, but all the snow stayed on it. Yeah. It's like, man. It's, or like a dust storm, but all the dust is blue for some reason. Volcanic ash. Yeah, there you go. Mm-hmm. This is glass. Well, who are the people flying these types of ships? Are they the fodder or are they the other dudes? The elites? Okay, so are they elites, the Space Marines, they're human? Or like cyborg, whatever, but like are they at like their base they're human? Mostly human, right? Like they probably started mostly human-ish. Right. Modified is fine, but they're at least like based in human anatomy and stuff, kind of. Okay. And so they're super soldier dudes. 2 hearts and stuff. Oh, well, that doesn't sound that bad. That sounds pretty cool, actually. Taken as a child, given a bunch of extra organs. Oh, okay. Sounds less cool now. But reminds me of. Did you guys ever see that movie Soldier with Kurt Russell? I love that movie when I was younger. I mean, I still love it. It's classic to me. Well, because there's like regular humans which aren't enhanced, and so those are just like the regular people, but then the Space Marines are the ones who are like genetically modified and stuff. They can eat parts of their enemies to get memories. Oh. That's a neat skill. It's like that, but the entire universe and like the premise of it is much worse. Yeah. Van Damme and Dolph Lundgren. No. They weren't in that, were they? Maybe I'm misremembering. I think it's Universal Soldier. The one that I was talking about is just called Soldier. It's Kurt Russell in it. I was like, I don't think they were in it. But I also have a really bad memory, so... And yeah, it was just the word soldier. That's it. Yeah. I would not want to live in the 40k universe. There's not a lot of, like, fantasy universes I would really want to live in. Like Cyberpunk? No thanks. Star Wars? I mean, like, it's only... I feel like all that stuff, it's, like, only good if you have, like, powers or something. If you're just, like, a regular person. You would love to live in the D&D universe? It's, like, medieval times, but with fantasy. I don't think I would want to live like that. No indoor plumbing? No thanks. No air conditioning? Nah. No ibuprofen? I'm good. Don't recommend Ireland. Yeah, well, I mean, Europe is like that a lot, generally. Even here, where we have air conditioning, it's not enough. We're just making the planet too hot overall. Primitive world that just has to give resource tithes to the Imperium, they'd mostly leave you alone. Yeah, that's what I think about, like, in Star Wars. There's a lot of planets that you just, like, they never really talk about because nothing happens. So Wouldn't be too bad, theoretically, until something bad happened. Could start off okay. Or orcs are too. Well, so Star Wars doesn't have orcs that are coming up out of the ground to attack you or anything, so like you could just live on like some out of the way planet. If it were in the Star Wars universe, I mean, you could live on some like out of the way planet, and like maybe the Empire would ask for resources or something, but it doesn't mean you're gonna be like at risk of death every second of every day. Oop. What is chaos with a capital C? What does that mean? Demons? Hell and demons. Okay. Well, I'm a tech priest. Can't we just... I'll throw holy water on him. There you go. Problem solved. Are those little tiny footprints? Those are cute. Like a raccoon or something got up here. Are there raccoons in the war? They're probably... It's like raccoons, but we cut off the bottom half and replaced it with knives or something. Can't have nice things in the Warhammer universe, apparently. Just chaos and demons and orcs sprouting up out of the ground. What if your intrusive thoughts had hands? You know what my problem would be? The grocery store. When you pay, like, they have some grocery stores, when you go through the checkout line, at the end of it, they have one of those circular things that has bags on it for you to put your groceries into the bags, and it's like a little rotating table. Every time I see my groceries full up on that circular thing, I want to spin that thing like it's Wheel of Fortune. So if my intrusive thoughts had hands, I would be spending a lot of money on groceries. And wasting them, it sounds like. Every time I want to just spin that shit so hard. So all the groceries just go flying. It's cat behavior, I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm glad my intrusive thoughts don't have hands, because I'd be causing some messes here and there. Food waste is wrong. I know, that's why I've never done it, okay? But if your intrusive thoughts had hands and they were in control, I can't always stop them, you know? Because that is how that's the intrusive thought I have whenever I go to the grocery store and I see that thing. You're not the only one. No, see? Which god would she follow? I'm not following anyone named Corn. Come on. He's gotta have a cool name. These dudes are Blood Angels. Hawk Shroud. You're telling me that dude's name is Corn? Boo. Oh, I can lift the wing. Okay. I wonder what that does. Just like, hey, welcome to Warhammer Space Knight training. My name's Jeff. Okay, that was a really cool noise. It scared me, but it was cool. Has Anne been a cat this whole time? Just a cat in a human suit. That's why I like napping and snacks so much. And I don't like it when people try and tell me what to do. Oh my god. Did it by that. It just did it by itself. No, that was me. There are 4 Chaos Gods, and one is named Nurgle. Oh, okay. Change Slanesh is excess. Okay, well, if I had to pick between those ones... None of them sound great except for Change. It just depends on what kind of change they want. Do they want, like, less war? Because... that sounds nice. I have a feeling it's not that. They're full of confetti? Oh, fun! Pursuit of knowledge, even if it drives you mad. Political intrigue and plotting. Okay, less fun than confetti, but still fun. Why are they full of confetti? Oh, the energy of what has dissolved their physical bodies. So all that's left is... Wait, what? So in the suit, the Space Marine suit, it's just their ashes, basically, but it's glittery for some reason. We mixed it with glitter. Man, I'm getting so many ideas to tell Fromage. When I die, I don't want to be cremated anymore. I want to be... Actually, no, cremate me. Mix my ashes with some glitter from, like, the hobby store. And then shove me inside a giant metal suit and then shoot me into space. That's what I want. A spell went wrong. Yeah, that's... It's always a spell goes wrong. When you kill them in the game, glowing glitter comes out. I know, that's what I'm saying. That's great. It's weird, but it's pretty great. Wedding Planner Simulator. Would that be a good game? Maybe for people who like planning weddings. Or like just event planner. Like you could plan... That would be actually... You could get like in... It's like in House Flipper. You get emails and they give you different jobs to do different things. So if you could do like event planner, you know, and it's like some people have weddings, some people have quinceañeras, some people have gender reveal parties, I don't know, whatever. And you have to... You like put together an event for their specifications. Maybe. Maybe not for me, but for other people. It's like there's that card shop simulator game, and I don't care about that, but I know people are pretty into it. Okay. I basically just went up to the top, and I'm just gonna clean as much as I can from here and work my way down. But I'm gonna probably do... So, like, I know that the underside of a lot of this is still super dirty. It's also a lot of this dirt is, like, caked on pretty good, so it takes some extra time to get it off. Where do the divorced parents sit? Divorced parents who don't get along. Make sure they don't ruin the party. Oh, sad. Oh, it's too sad. No. It's like when we were coming back from France, Fromage's parents had some things, like gifts and things for us to take back. You see, like this, where it like doesn't go away, so you have to go real slow over it, or you have to use soap. But they only gave me like a tiny bit of soap, so we have to use it kind of sparingly. Nice. We have to use it where it's gonna actually do the most benefit rather than the whole plane. Probably... Well, Warhammer is definitely probably one of the more fucked up universes, it sounds like. Out of fantasy universes. Doesn't sound great. It's like Dune. Dune is such a weird, terrifying place. Chaos Realm, there's a hole into it spanning the entire galaxy. What? There's a hole? Oh, into the Chaos Realm. A hole into it. And therefore out of it. Great. Black hole, but demons pour from it as well. Reminds me of oh god, what was the superhero movie with the 10 rings? I can't remember the guy's name. Reminds me of that, where like the hole opens up and it's like demon flying things flying out of it. Shang-Chi, yeah. And the Legend of the 10 Rings, or I think, I don't know, I can't remember the name of the movie. Something like that. Okay, that stuff's under. We gotta go under the wing for that. But most of the stuff is done up here. Except for the front. Oh, and this side. They were trying to keep it secret, and then it just like, it's like in, that's like in Avengers then. Man, so many references to other things that I'm thinking of. When the like hole opens up, so they're just like, nobody knows about this, right? And then a giant hole opens up over New York City, and they're like, I think people know about it now. Seems like everybody knows now, unfortunately. Whoops. Event Horizon. I feel like I have, but maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Let me look. It's a knockoff of Sphere. Okay, so I've seen Sphere, but I haven't seen Event Horizon. No, I definitely have not seen this. So, when it comes back, the crew is gone and the ship is alive. Okay. I wish I could lower the attack wing, but just like partially. Because it goes really high when you raise it. I guess we have ladders and stuff, but it just would make more sense if we could just lower it partially. Because look how far away that is, and even with the thing, like, it's just so far. So far away. Come on, man. So they have these ladders, but yeah, I can't put them, like, here is the issue. It's, like, where I need it. I guess if we can do the wing parts from down here as well. If we can get kind of under it a little bit. Yeah, we can get under it. Okay, cool. I thought it was going to be too close to the rest of the ship for us to get under. Okay. Battle Brothers engagement confirmed. Oh, congratulations. Enemy position breach. Redemptor Dreadnought Brother Zachiel. Advancement confirmed. Okay. I don't know what you want me to do with that information. Proceeding to extraction point. He's the coffin guy we cleaned earlier. Oh! They woke him up and sent him into battle? After we cleaned him up? No time to rest. We got demons to fight. Okay, so that's the whole wing. This gun is separate. Probably we need to clean stuff on the front, but maybe we can get it clean enough from here? No. Okay, so this wing is clean. We'll have a whole other wing on the other side, and then all this stuff on the side here. Plus there's another wing. Try to use R for what? To rotate? What's up, Happy? I'm glad that you like them. Okay. This thing. Do you guys remember the Journeyman games? I think there were multiple games. I only remember one. They were really like it's like an older, much older game. I don't know why that just popped into my head with all the Warhammer talk going on, because it's not really related. Never heard of it? Yeah, they're pretty old. Journeyman Project, yeah. I don't even really remember a lot about like how the game worked and stuff. I just remembered that I played those games when I was younger. I have doubts. Yeah, photorealistic is a way to say it. I don't remember which one I played. Let me see. Journeyman Project. So I played the one where you were like indoors and you were like in an office building kind of thing. It looked like this. It says Turbo. This is like a remaster of the original. But it looked like that. Agent 5, report to the Temporal Security Annex. And you just did like left, up, forward, right. That was it. Just an old Windows game. That's from 1993, the first one that I played. Like an old school dungeon crawler. Yeah, but you're in a like a sci-fi setting. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that playing it now, it's not. I mean, it would suck now, I assume, because it's like really old. But I don't know why. I just like something about the Warhammer conversation made me think of that. I'm not sure why. I guess because of the thing where you're like awoken, and I don't really remember a lot of that game. I just remember that you're like you wake up in like a kind of some kind of stasis thing, and then you start receiving all these instructions. Like that, where it's like go to the report to this security annex or whatever. So you have to like find the key cards and all that. Yeah, I mean it was 1993 when it was made, so. Oh, goodbye. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to clean this engine. And, oh, underneath here, this clamp thing. I'm gonna get this clean. System Shock, kind of similar, came out just a year later. If it came out a year later, I don't know. It's a pretty short amount of time for them to yoink ideas, you know? But I guess not. I mean, back when video games weren't in development for 12 years. Or, you know, 8 years and $300 million, and then we just shut down the studio or whatever. It was a different time. Imagine the development cycle of games was a little bit different then than it is now. Oh, fallen again. Yeah, just coincidence. Maybe, you know, I feel like that happens. We've noticed a lot in video games too, where it's like certain genres will kind of have their moment in the spotlight, and then something else will come to take over. Zipperoni, thank you for the 66-month resub. Welcome back. Thank you for your continued support. Okay. Dang. Oh. You're okay, you're not in trouble. It's just the bot recognized the link. And I don't allow people to post links because I don't always know what people are going to post, so... But you can, yeah, you can get it on archive.org. There's a lot of old games that... I feel like, the thing is, you think it would be fun to revisit, but then it's like they don't age super well most of the time. And then I don't want it to, like, sully the memory of it either. And I think for me, I'm not generally a person who I don't really spend a lot of time on like older games and stuff. So I feel like I'm not very open-minded with that kind of stuff. It's like when it's just like a not super good experience because the game is just older. I thought this was good. I remember it being great, but it's like when I was, I mean 1993. I must have been playing that game when I was like 6 or something, right? Like I was 3 when it came out, so I don't imagine I was playing it right away. So okay, is there no dirt on the top? It is dirty on top. How are we supposed to get up there? Oh, this one is so tall. They finally give us a really tall... I didn't mean to do that. They finally give us a really tall one. Or, yeah, wait, this one's only 2 levels. This one's is like a bunch. I can't put it down. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I can put... No. That's crazy. Put it down. What the hell? I didn't even... It's like every time I press F, it thinks that I'm talking to it. To think about it being a project worth $1.8 million in old currency. Wait. You're still talking about Journeyman? Oh, for the third one was $1.8 million? Damn. Yeah. That is crazy. I imagine that Lucario is just talking about, yeah, it's like software that is made just to exist, and then once we've all kind of, like, society has moved past it or whatever, then they just give it out for free like that. But yeah, like, I mean, go on Steam and look at games that are 20 years old, and most of the time they're still trying to sell them. Which is not, I mean, I get it, you make something, you want to sell it. But it's just that also there used to be, or sometimes is still, technology that we just, sometimes people just make it just to put it out there. Ah. Ah. I'm, like, getting stuck underneath this stuff. Well, I guess we'll lift it. It won't lift, okay. There you go. Cool. Nice. Thanks to DB for making that work. I'm glad that at least we can have some kind of notification system, even if I don't use Twitter anymore. You did your best, Carrie, okay? I think you did a great job. It's just, you're not a machine. A machine is always going to be better than a human. Unlike the Twitch, yeah, unlike the Twitch mobile notifications. Which, like, sometimes they would go out. Sometimes, most of the time, we don't know. You got replaced by AI. It happened. It's not AI, it's just a robot, but we'll just call it AI. Keep up with the trends. You get them, and stream started half an hour ago. Yeah. It's like, I get that it's when you're sending out, like, tens of thousands of notifications, but there's got to be a better way. As a shareholder, I thank you. Yeah, it's just, like, I was like, I just need people to have notifications. I don't need to have Twitter. I just need to have notifications so that when I go live, people know. That's it. That's all Twitter needed to be. Ah. I do wonder how the Siege X stuff is gonna look and how it's gonna go over. Because I know that they said it's specifically not Siege 2. So I guess it's more like Overwatch 2, where they're replacing Siege with Next Siege, but I don't know. I'm just not sure how that's gonna work. It's interesting, like, kind of being a part of gaming long enough now that we're not only seeing sequels to things and, like, reboots and stuff, but they're actually trying, like, live service games that are trying to revitalize the like, a decades old game engine and stuff. Like, how do you do that? How do we manage this, like, transition kind of thing? I don't think they're actually gonna call. I don't know if they're calling it Siege X or like what the. I think that is just because it's like the 10-year anniversary of Siege. I'm not sure. Is that what they're actually like naming the? It's I don't know, because it's not a new game either. It's like just it's Siege. It's. I imagine it still has to have Tom Clancy's whatever in the title, right? So is it going to be Tom Clancy's Siege X, or is it going to still be Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege? Don't know. We shall see. New target observed, emerging from the ground. Oh my god, he's watching an orc be born. The miracle of life. Kill it. I feel like people are bored of multiplayer shooter games. Remember when new games came out that'd be hugely hyped, like Apex and... Well, this one, it's not a new game. So, like, people who play Siege, I think, would be, like, you know, interested and excited. But, yeah, I think generally the hype for, like, multiplayer FPS games is not... It's not having its, like, peak right now. And I feel kind of the same. But that's what I was saying about. I mean, I say the same thing about Marvel Rivals like every day. I still don't really have an interest in playing it because I may as well just play Overwatch, which I already know how to play, and I know that the player base is going to be just as annoying in Marvel Rivals as it is in Overwatch. So it's like I just don't feel like learning a new game just to have the same experience as I could in a game that I already know how to play. Yeah, a lot of them have also been terrible. But so like even if Rivals is good, which I know people have been having a lot of fun with it, it's just like I'm too burnt out on it personally to care about trying to learn a new FPS game. Splitgate. Yeah, I heard really good things about it. I never got around to playing it, but I did hear good things. But like that, it's just like I hear good things and then I'm like, do I feel like playing it? No, not really. I hope they don't call it CJX as like the full name, because we could stop putting the letter X in things. Just that would be cool. Just looks stupid. Burnout on games, types of games come more prevalent when they have kind of pressure to keep up with them. Yeah, and with FPS, like multiplayer games, there's so much pressure to like constantly be playing them, and you got to keep up with the meta changes and with the new characters. There's a lot of things designed in those multiplayer FPS games and in live service games in general that it's like it's to keep you there, right? Like they design it to keep you there. And that has the added effect of feeling like pressure to constantly be grinding on this like one thing. Using FOMO to keep, yeah. Yep. It's like you have to check the store every day because maybe there's different things in the store that you didn't have before and now you need them. And if you don't have them, then you're not cool. So everybody else has them. You gotta get them. You gotta check every day. Log in every day. Daily challenges. Get your daily XP. So it can put you off if you've ever stopped. Well, that's like, I mean, I feel like that's like Tarkov in a way, right? Where I got off of, oh god, I got off of the train like multiple times, you know? And finally it's kind of stuck a bit more. I still am not like, I would never say that I've sworn off playing Tarkov again because I'm still interested in it. Like if, you know, as time goes on, I'm sure that the game will change and stuff. It's just that I don't want to be locked into playing it every single day for just hours at a time to keep up with everybody all the time. I enjoyed it when I enjoyed it, and since I don't anymore, then I'll just wait until I feel like putting more time into it. And then we'll go back and see how it is. But it's nice to not have to deal with that. Sometimes it's nice to just... Sometimes, you know, you just want to play video games that aren't demanding things from you. Community servers, so you know everyone playing, maybe even have like RP experiences. Yeah, although inevitably I feel like that would just lead to streamer drama because of course it would. But I guess that's better than dealing with cheaters. will never die even though they're less profitable. Yeah. Right. It's just that I feel like publishers and devs are being pressured into feeling like they need to do live service everything. And I understand why. Like, I understand the appeal of a constant income from a game versus just a flash in the pan sale and then like trickles of sales from there on out. I get that. But yeah, I love a condensed, like a story that has a start and a finish, and you just put it down and that's it. Like, you just have this experience that's just in a bottle, you know, like one thing. It doesn't have to be online live service everything all the time always. Like, not every game needs a store and like multiplayer and all this shit, so games that cost money up front to play and have microtransactions. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when I say I understand it, it's like I understand why. Like, I understand the reasoning behind it, but not that I necessarily agree with or approve of or like love the method of it, you know? I see why they do it that way, or why they're incentivized to do it that way. But yeah, that's what Concord tried to do. It was going to be a game you have to pay for, and it had microtransactions, but they were cosmetic only microtransactions. Right. But it was going to be like a paid game with microtransactions for cosmetics. Like, Warhammer is free to play and you can pay for stuff, but you can pay to speed things up, like the crafting and stuff, but you don't have to. But also the currency you get, the currency that you need to use to do that is like stuff you can get in like playing the game. Did anyone here actually play it? Well, there's only like a few hundred people on the planet who played it, I think, so the odds are slim that anyone here actually played it. I didn't. It looked like solid fun. Yeah, see, the thing is, like, I think the game itself wasn't the problem. It was the aesthetic. I heard kind of the same thing where it's like the actual gameplay of it. I don't think it looked that bad. But it was the aesthetic that they went for, and it was the, just, I think people are just really burnt out on hero shooters, so it was shutting down the marketing I saw did not make it clear it was a hero shooter. Yeah, I feel like there was a lot of marketing around it generally. I know a lot of people were saying that they didn't even know about it, but I felt like I saw it everywhere. It felt like they spent a lot of marketing. Yeah, see, that's why everybody's like, what marketing? But I feel like I saw it everywhere before it came out. Especially if you're on Twitch all the time. It's just a really weird aesthetic they went for. I don't understand it. I feel bad for like the art team and stuff. I'm sure they're getting a lot of shit, but it's like also I don't know. I just really don't understand what they were doing. It felt like they were deliberately trying to make the characters as hideous as possible. And like not just the characters, but like the outfits, the color palette. It was just really bizarre. And I also, like, it's weird to me that nobody who worked there either, like, stopped that from happening. Because it's not like there was one artist who just decided that the whole game was going to look like that, right? Like, there were a bunch of people that had to sign off on this, and, like, engineers and, like, people putting this stuff to, you know, like... And nobody was like, hey, this is really just, this does not look good. Is anyone going to want to buy skins for these characters that we have designed? Because that's what we're trying to sell. No? Well, then maybe we have a problem. Are there fairly normal characters or very outlandish, visually loud characters? Like Battleborn? I mean... I think that their game was like the vibe, you know, it was very Guardians of the Galaxy in the trailers and stuff, or like the teaser, I don't know what it was, teasers. They had like cinematic kind of things. I think it could have worked had they gone for more of a Guardians of the Galaxy vibe in terms of like the color palettes and stuff too, and like the outfits. But it's like they dressed everybody up in like weird puffy jackets, and for some reason everything is this like pale green. It's like pea soup green and like browns and oranges and stuff. With like, okay, they had brightly colored lipstick and stuff, but none of it like matched. There was no cohesion between like their outfits. It was just like, here's a person wearing a bunch of random shit. And I don't know. It was just really bizarre. Everything looked so ugly. I've been in dev meetings before where I've been like trying to give advice on games and stuff like that. And that has been something that I've said it to people in the past where I'm like, if you want to sell skins for this game, then like I, as the player, I want to look cool. I want to feel cool. I want to look cool. I want to look badass. I want to like, or at least like fun, goofy, something. But their characters just looked so bad. I was like, they don't look cool. I'm not going to feel cool playing these characters. I don't feel like there's no personality about them that makes them seem interesting. Plus, all their outfits are so hideous. They're wearing some of like the least cool space fighting clothing I've ever seen. It's not just about like representation. It's about the like I want to feel cool in a video game. I don't want to feel like regular me with my regular shitty clothes, you know? I want to feel like I'm badass and stuff. But they wanted a broad market, but they went too broad. Yeah, I don't know who the market is for hero shooters with that kind of art direction, but maybe. I feel like that's a really niche interest area for some people. To find someone who's gonna like that art direction and like the art style and the game. Turns out there wasn't one. Well, there were like a few people who played the game, but yeah. Sucks. An internal culture of toxic positivity and a belief that it was impossible for the game to fail. It was impossible for the game to fail. Oh, man. See, that's why when I get paid to go give like dev critiques and stuff, I feel so bad sometimes, but I'm like pretty harsh. I'm like, you want me to tell you what I think is wrong with your game, I'm going to tell you what I think is wrong with it, so that when it comes out and you haven't changed that thing, I'll know that I told you should change it. No one listened to me. But yeah, we were talking about Concord. I never actually played that one before, so I had no other insight on it, but sometimes, yeah. Well, that's actually what I'm doing next week. So I go to the studio. I play the game. I did that for Apex before Apex came out. Done that for quite a few games. Mostly like it's usually Battlefield and like, you know, those like bigger games that most of the time it's like it's too late in the development for it to really mean anything. So when it's like Battlefield, Call of Duty, any of those things, you know, like they're not, that's just like here you get to play the game early, but they're not actually looking for feedback. Apex was still a little bit early in their development, but still I think too late for any of the feedback we gave to be super meaningful. And then there's a couple that I've played before that that were pretty like very early in the development, and so then it's also a bit of a challenge to give feedback like that, because it's like I have to preface everything by being like, okay, I understand that the game isn't finished, you know, and that you still have this kind of, you know, you've got a bunch of stuff still, so you have to look at what they've made so far with you know, you have to be fair with the fact that it's still being worked on. Don't ask for feedback unless you really want it, even if it's painful to hear. Yeah, well, and I mean, I went through fine art school, and my peers and I were like critiquing each other's work and stuff, and you had to take it on the chin and like just try and learn, and like not always, people aren't always right either, right? Just because I say you should do this for your game, I'm like, I don't always know what's best either. I'm just one person with one opinion. That I like, maybe I have some insights that could help, but that doesn't mean that my word is law either. It's just to offer additional perspective from someone who has played many, many games. Those are more like promotional things as opposed to like a dev thing. But I like the dev ones. I mean, the promotional ones, it's fine. It's just I like doing that. I like taking like notes and giving feedback and stuff like that. So but it can be kind of frustrating when you give feedback and then it's just ignored. Especially for like some things specifically that it's like, I don't know, for player safety, or not safety, but not security either. Like chat and stuff, you know, chat censoring and being able to mute and block people, stuff like that. I don't know. And then if I'm just giving examples for things, and then they just ignore it, and you're like, all right, well. No, I don't. I don't even remember. And this is the thing too, is that usually when you do this kind of thing, if you take any notes, I'm a person who I generally will take notes while I do things because I'm gonna forget. So I take notes while I'm playing, and then we have meetings, and I go through my notes and I give them the feedback that I took notes on. But then they keep the notes because because you've signed an NDA, right? So they don't want you to like take the notes with you, and then someone else gets a hold of them or something. Yeah, so I don't get to keep them. Yeah. Which is fine. Most of the time, I mean, really it's like a lot of it is, you know, UI stuff that I notice problems, or I notice things that aren't great. The gameplay stuff is just depends on the game, I guess. Trick is to figure out what problems the person giving feedback had rather than taking their solutions verbatim. Yeah, exactly. We had it was cool because the last one that we did, and it's the same that I'm doing now this time, they had a person who was from kind of a third party, and that person would go and do like feedback sessions with us. And it's cool because they like aren't one of the devs, so you feel better giving them feedback. But then also they're like trained in getting feedback from people, which is apparently a thing. So when we were talking and we're saying like, yeah, I felt like this something, you know, was bothering me, and then they would ask questions to kind of help us like figure out what was causing the feeling rather than just focusing on what the feeling was, but like what made that happen, what made you feel like the game was doing X, Y, or Z, you know? So yeah, it can be pretty fun, or like, I don't know, I hope that it's useful to them, and that's my main thing, is that I just want it to be useful, and I hope that they can use that information to make a good game. Hopefully. Okay, so I think I need to clean this tail thing, but like the top of it. I can't really climb on top of it, so I'm gonna try and get this thing just like close to it, I guess. Try that. You would hate that job? Yeah, I don't know if that would be my favorite either. But it was cool, and like I thought it was nice, and the guy was super nice and was like very helpful. And I think it was really cool of them to have someone who was essentially a third party, so that it felt more comfortable for some people to give feedback. Although, like I said, I'm generally like, you're paying me to be here, I'm gonna tell you how I feel. So whether or not you're gonna like it that's up to you, I guess, but so I generally don't have a problem with telling devs how I honestly feel. And I mean, like, I'm trying to be nice, I'm not trying to be an asshole either. And like I say, a lot of times I'm like, okay, I understand, the game's not done, don't worry. Okay, that thing is not, yeah, it's not clean. I just don't know how to get it. It's not under. Haha. Yay. All right. Let's work on this. Also, whenever we're doing like group feedback sessions like that, I know that if I know that generally I'm not the only person who's going to have negative feedback or like critical feedback. And it helps other people for there to be someone who is willing to break the ice with that, you know, by addressing kind of the uncomfortable things about game dev, you know, when you're like, okay, actually, I didn't think this was that great. And then other people in the room feel emboldened to like give their feedback. So if I'm being a bit egocentrical about myself, I think that me being a forward person who's like, I'm not shy about giving people critical feedback, especially when they have asked for it. I hope that like helps my fellow people so that they feel like they can also share their feedback. At least that's how it felt, you know, that's how it has felt in the past. It's like nobody wants to be the person who asks a question, but then once someone asks a question, everybody else also has questions. Nobody wants to be the first person is the thing. It's hard to be objective. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. I mean, and that's why they have these feedback sessions, right? Because they need someone to look at the thing that hasn't looked at it before. To help them hopefully see things that they have been missing. It's like they can't see the forest for the trees. Didn't you promise you would start another game? Did I promise? I don't know. I almost started a new game today, but then I wanted to play this, so I didn't. Most of the time I'm careful not to make promises because people get weird about it. I mean about specifically playing games on stream. That I usually try to avoid it because then there's always somebody who's like, you promised. Turns out I cannot promise, and that will still happen. But I have been talking a lot about starting new games. You're right, that's true. Mostly just because I've been playing a lot of this, but it's nice. It's relaxing. And there's a whole set of Warhammer maps that we didn't do. And I've learned so much about the horrifying universe that I'm glad is made up. Giving and taking criticism, they can be brutal because safety and function are as important as form. Yeah, that, I mean, at least mine was just art, so it was kind of subjective. And there's less, like, you know, regulations involved, but... Well, CK3 I would only play with Fromage, and she's gonna be busy now for a while, I think. She's trying to deal with all the transfer stuff still. Kingdom Come Deliverance, I'm not convinced that I'm gonna enjoy it, and I don't know that I want to start it right before I leave. Avowed doesn't really look like my vibe. I'm not sure if that one is my vibe or not. You're predisposed to like such games? Yeah. Yeah. It looks cool. I mean, I've seen many clips and things from it. And I've heard very good things from all of my streamer friends, of course. You're a medieval historian. Oh. Okay. You're enjoying Avowed more than you thought you would? Well, that's good. What's it like? What's your experience been like? What do you enjoy about it? The Astra Militarum are in disarray. Commissar Franz has... We don't know what he's done. He's dead? Timo, why so sad? Extraction impossible. The something prevents our approach. Oh, that's why he's making so much noise. Hello. Thank you. It's because he heard Fromage making the cat food in the kitchen or something, so he was meowing. It's like, my lunch is coming. Hooray. Did you even eat your breakfast? You didn't even eat your breakfast. And you're not gonna eat your lunch either? What are you meowing for? What are you meowing for? Who are you meowing at? Huh? Why are we meowing? This freaking cat. He didn't even eat his breakfast. It's just sitting there. You've been in the window all morning. It's funny because Nova gets a plate of food, it's gone right away. She licks the plate clean. This little guy just leaves it. He eats like a little bit, leaves it. Eats a little bit, leaves it. It's weird. You're a weirdo. Yeah. Hey. You're a weirdo. He wants to play. Are they getting along better? We have been just doing very slow, very slow introduction. So like sometimes when I'm carrying Timo, I like stop by Nova and let her smell him, and she will smell him. And if it goes on too long, she'll hiss. So we're just trying to really reinforce good interactions between them and to show her that he's not trying to attack her when he's running around. And like I said, I think the fact that he's gotten a bit older and he's like calmed down a little bit. He's you know, he's still a kitten, but he's less crazy. And I told Fromage, actually, well, I mean, it was her idea, but I was like, I think we should start doing that now, is I want to start having him on a harness and like a lead so that he can walk around and like be in the same space as Nova, but we have like a hold on him so that he can't chase her, because she just will like decide, okay, I'm going to leave now, and she goes to leave the room, and then he wants to chase her and she freaks out. So we just need to like have a way to make sure that she still has her freedom to walk around and do her own thing without him then chasing her everywhere she goes, because that's very stressful for her. Like a child on a leash. Yep, exactly. Because it's stressful for her, and she has IBD, and stress is really like not good for her. So I don't want Nova to get like make herself sick with stress, you know? So yeah, it's just we're going very, 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 very slow. And I think that's just how it has to be for these two, because Nova's not super interested in cat interactions. I think she'll be fine. She'll be better about it when he's not quite so crazy. Because she does, like, she wants to smell him. She comes over to smell him. She, like, deliberately will go to places where he has been to smell him. She just doesn't like being chased. And he loves to chase. It's his favorite. He loves chasing things. It's just so much fun. What a joy it is to chase things, right, Timo? Oh, he's eating his breakfast now. Really good of Nova to leave his food alone. She can't get in here right now because he can't get out. My office door is closed, so he can't go anywhere. Because otherwise he would go where she is and probably chase her, so. If she could come in here, she probably would eat it. Because she eats everything. Or she wants to eat everything. It's so funny that we have a cat who can't eat everything, who wants to eat everything, and then Timo, who doesn't want to eat his food. When did we give it to him? But he has no food problems. She will throw up if she eats too fast. And she does, because she likes to eat fast. And he just won't eat his food. It's really, we got one of each. She literally, like, licks her plate clean, and he always leaves food in it. Such a mess. Dirty boy. I know, it's funny. We always have, one of my friends is always trying to convince us to play League. And so he likes to mention that that's from League of Legends. Which I did not know. It's funny because Fromage and I went through like just so many names that I was sending her. And I kept finding references for other ones that I was like, no, this is in this thing. No, this is in this thing. No, like this person also named their pet that, etc., etc. And then Timo was not one that I saw because it's spelled different, so. But I don't really care. It's just kind of funny that it just happens to be from League. Is that dirt in there? I can't. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's a weird name. I don't know. I think we just like it's really hard to find names that don't also sound like other names of pets that you've already had. It's like once you have a bunch of pets, you know, then it's like, well, now I've got all these names that are just like built up. You can't reuse them. And then if it sounds like the other pet's name, you're like, that's too close. Plus all your pets' names, or sorry, all your family's pets' names. It's like, we can't name our cat this because somebody else has a cat named this. If you have a lot of pets in your family, then it's like your options just are reduced even further. Call him Bob. I just call him little man, little guy, little buddy. Buddy boy. Those are my usual nicknames for him.
Little guy. Come here. How you doing?
Okay.
Hey. Come here.
Yeah, I always stick to short names, so it's like 2 syllables max, right? What is that noise? Is that supposed to be a meow? What is that? Come here. No. It's like, no, I want to play. Can't really clean this thing because it's too close. See, that's why it's weird when they like limit where you can put this ladder thing. And it's like the place they want me to put it is not good for what we're trying to do. Because it always puts you too close to the thing that you're trying to clean. And the tools don't work very well like that. It's also too that this is what you just made me think of, Dark Fox, is that different names also sound different when pronounced with an English or a French accent. So we also had to consider that. There's like names that sounded good in English that sounded bad in French and vice versa. So Mm. That's Timo's nickname is get down, get down, get down, get down. Timo. So I was trying to get him off the kitchen islands when we were like hanging out on the sofa, and he just is like, now's my time. I'm gonna explore the kitchen counters. And like Nova, if you tell her not to do something, or if you tell her like to get down off of something, she like protests, you know, she'll give you like a little like snarky meow or something to be like, yeah, all right, and then she gets down, but he just ignores you. Like he doesn't, it's like he doesn't even hear your existence. He just completely ignores you. It's like, I know you can hear me. You're just pretending that you can't. You little shit. They just pretend not to hear. Yep. Yep. Nova is very polite, very demure, very mindful. She like, we were eating dinner last night and she was smelling my food, but she's smelling it from like this far away, right? Like she's just like stretching her neck because she knows she's not supposed to. Timo, meanwhile, stole one of my dumplings right off my freaking plate when we first got him. It was like he just took it. He just walked up, grabbed it, and was like, this is mine now, and started walking away with like a dumpling in his mouth. Like a pork dumpling. He just was taking off. It's like, okay. Yoink. In his defense, dumplings are delicious, yes. But how is he supposed to know that? He's never had one before. And he still hasn't. He's like, I still haven't. I still don't know what it tastes like. It was good for the few moments I had it in my mouth. So yeah, at least Nova, I think, is a bit more... But she's also an adult now, you know? She's 4 something, 4.5. And she's not orange, so she has that advantage. I'm just like sitting in the candles. Oops. Why are there candles also? Do we not have like regular lights here? Or does the Warhammer universe not have lights? They're just praying. Oh, are we praying for the ship to be repaired, maybe? It's like in... Oh, that's also in the Foundation where they like don't use any... They like don't use math and stuff. Or they don't... I don't know. She's like... Everybody thinks she's weird because she learns. Dune universe has human calculators and no computers. But they know how to time travel. Or not time travel. Space travel. air was stuffy and smelled like ozone. It's probably used a lot in the Expanse too, I would imagine. Can't really get the top of that thing. Oh, maybe we did. It's hard to tell. Okay. Makes me think either orcs or Nurgle. Wait, Nurgle I thought was the, like, god of something. Is it also the name of the people that follow them? Make new plagues and unleash them on the universe. Okay, how does that translate into green gunk being on our spaceship? Is it like a cloud of disease that we flew through, or is it like dead people? His followers are disease-ridden, full of pus. Okay, so he has followers. That's so it's like the people that follow. Are they also called Nurgle? Is that how that works? Could be both. Well, from what I've learned today, it could be anything. When it comes to Warhammer, it sounds like. Who knows? Some of these space marines are actually glitter bombs. It's actually, some of it sounds pretty whimsical, which does not feel in line with Warhammer, but... Don't go near any supporter of Nurgle. Don't touch anything they were touched. Don't breathe the same air. Oh. Copy paste between the fantasy Warhammer setting and 40k. I'm not sure I understand the difference. Wait, so but what is Warhammer Fantasy? Because so Warhammer 40k is Space Marine stuff. So where I wasn't aware that there was a different type of Warhammer. Classic fantasy setting, kind of medieval, has also the Chaos Gods. Okay. 40k is sci-fi in the far future. Okay, so then there's like also different types of Warhammer that's in a different setting. Is there a setting where things aren't so horrible? Or is it all horrible? Yeah, it's a little confusing, but it's also, I'm not familiar with it, so I'm easily confused. It's all horrible. Okay, that's what I figured. It's either medieval horrible or sci-fi horrible, yeah. At least with like medieval horrible, you know, if you die to something that's like terrifying or whatever, your life expectancy was only like 32 anyways, right? So I feel like Warhammer is one of those universes where it's going to be like they keep people alive for surrogacy or something, right? Because every sci-fi universe has to have that. So I feel like sci-fi would be a lot scarier because then there's like technology to make you have to be alive longer. You know? Listen, I'm a woman. I gotta think about these things. You gotta consider. That's important. So when people are like, I'd like to live in medieval times, I'm like, I wouldn't. I don't think you know what you're saying. In 40k they do that all the time. Yeah. Every Mad Max, Dune, Warhammer. It's even a part of, I guess, not the Matrix, but Battlestar. It's not quite the same, but the present might be unbearable too, but at least we have video games, okay? Born too late to die of dysentery, born too early to become a immortal servant of the mechanical gods or whatever. Born just at the right time to play PowerWash Simulator. Hell yeah. The wrong generation? Talk about the right generation. Am I right, guys? Not too bad. Not too bad. Dysentery's back in the US. Yeah, so is measles. I don't know. I just... Not in California. Okay? Not yet anyways. I'm sure it'll find its way over here. Plenty of dumb fucks here too. Don't think you can think of any sci-fi setting you would like to live in. No, I mean... Yeah, that you were like what you said about indoor plumbing, that really resonated with me. Cuz like, okay, maybe Star Wars is like okay-ish. It's not a horrifying... It's not as horrifying as some of the other like sci-fi universes, right? There's plenty of just like regular people. Star Trek, yeah, maybe. I don't know a lot about Star Trek. I guess it just depends on like where would I be in this fantasy setting also, right? Would I be somebody who's going to be in a position of like importance, or am I just like regular person? Because sometimes you would want to be a person of importance. Sometimes you would not want to be a person of importance. The Expanse isn't too bad. It's basically... I mean, it's just... You know, it's fine if you don't get attacked by the protomolecule monster or... You know, have to live on post-asteroid Earth. But at least, I mean, it's not quite so bad as some of the other ones. Just the regular war and politics like there always is. Being a belter sucks, but you got a cool language at least. Yeah, I mean, I don't think being a belter would be inherently like shitty, you know? I feel like they're really cool. They've got like their own culture and their own like way of life and everything. It's really, I don't know. I think if you grew up like that, it would be less bad, you know? You would be used to it. I think for me, the part where they talk about Earthers struggling in spaceships and stuff, I think that would be tough for me because I like to be able to see the sky, you know? I think I would struggle with that. But if you were born a belter, I mean, but like it sucks because they kind of have everybody against them. So it would be tough for that reason. But if I like had to pick a universe, you know, it's not too terrible. Being entirely unimportant in the universe. Yeah. Yeah, not being the center of attention. Probably the safest bet. You don't want to be Mr. Warhammer in the Warhammer universe. John Warhammer. Everybody's coming for you. Star Trek, go to that one starbase that's mentioned once and never again. Do not end up on a ship. Yeah, you just go somewhere and just chill. Get nauseous traveling on Earth. Not sure space flight's for you. Well, good news. You could be in a coma. Would you like that? We could put you in a coma. I still play R6? Not as much, no. I am curious about Siege X, and then sometimes I play, like I just played recently, but just casual with some friends, so. But I don't play it like on a daily basis now. Isn't the Warhammer 40k lore that most people never see Space Marines just the regular army? Meaning for most people they do live somewhere totally unimportant in the universe? Oh, I don't know, yeah. Let's let chat answer. How affected by all of this is the daily lives of regular citizens? Because earlier you guys said they were regular humans, but they're fodder, so. But, like, is there just, like. People just vibing while war is going on? There are almost no regular people. There are almost no regular people. Are they all dead? It's like bad news if you see a Space Marine. Okay. Did they all die to the orcs and stuff, or what happened to all the regular people? Do we turn them into not regular people? Entire world's made for food production and such? Yeah, that's normal. That makes sense. Seeing a Space Marine is seeing a nuclear missile launcher being set up outside your house. Well, that sucks. That sucks ass. And you can't do shit about it. Damn. Probably because, like, the orcs are coming or something, right? So you're fucked either way. There's trillions of regular people. Oh, okay. And so for them, the war is like, they know it's going on, but only when it shows up at your door do you care, I guess. Because, like, the universe is big, so I don't know how often regular people are, like, impacted by it on a direct basis. It's interesting. How many Space Marines are there, then? Like, hundreds or thousands or hundreds of thousands? Or millions? I don't know. They do parades and stuff? Oh, cute. Parades, nice. There's 40,000, exactly. When one dies, we make another one. Depends on the chapter. Wait, now it's a book? What are you talking about? Oh, or you mean like the Hawkshroud thing was a chapter? Oh, I just meant like, I don't know how many, because like I just don't know anything about the universe, so. Yeah, they're in chapters, right? There's no way to like just know the overall estimate of how many there are, regardless of their chapter. Limited size, so they can't turn traitor easily. That makes sense too, yeah. Okay. So what are the chapter sizes then, I guess? And how many chapters are there? Chapters up to, so allegedly 1,000 exist, up to 1,000 each. Okay, how many zeros is that? Out of trillions of people, that's not a lot. Considering how big a trillion is. Number of chapters in set, so anyone can paint whatever they want for gaming. Oh, so you can be like, this is my chapter, and here's my little dudes. But in the lore of the universe, there's about 1,000, and you can have up to 1,000 or whatever, so they can't rebel or whatever. That makes sense too. Yeah, so then you could just be like, this is, like, I just made up my own chapter of my own Marines. Yeah, 1 million across all of spaces is not a lot. Yeah, so where are all the bases located? So who's in charge of all of this? Like, they have different chapters, but who's like, there's got to be one person at like the top, right? Oh, you guys said there's an emperor or something? What's that dude's deal? Normal human soldiers are like the actual force. Yeah, and then the Space Marines are like yeah, they're like the big bad guys. I get that. He's mostly just a dead lighthouse. He's in a coma or something. He's a corpse and is... What? I don't know who is messing with me and who's telling me actual information because all of this is so fucked up sounding. He's a corpse and he's feeding 1,000 people. He's fed 1,000 people a day so he doesn't die? How does that... What? Oh, they sacrifice a people, but they don't feed them to him. His spirit isn't dead. So there's also supernatural things. They kill psychers every day? What is a psycher? What is that? Okay. Somebody plays a prank on you and then they say, psych! It's your 12-year-old cousin. He's a psycher. Just their souls. Okay, what do they do with the bodies? So it's fine. We don't need your body. We just need your soul. Oh, can I... What? How do I keep both? Psychic people. Okay, but so they just sacrifice them. When you said they're feeding them to him, I was really picturing something horrible. I mean, not that this is much better, but I was like, how are they feeding a dead body? 1,000 dead bodies. How are you putting them in there? Doesn't make any sense. So the throne keeps him alive, but projects a psychic light across the galaxy that ships use to navigate. Holy fuck, he's bright. What? Okay, dead lighthouse. Yep. Yeah, that's dead psychic lighthouse. Okay, alright. So what happens if that guy dies? Like, dies? Because... Do we know what happens, or... Yeah, what the... Like... How? This only gets worse from here. Great. There's so much 40k lore, yeah. Well, it's also like, it just feels like there's people adding on top of other stuff, and so then it just becomes even more complex because people just keep adding stuff to it. And I don't know how you keep track of like continuity and stuff with things like that. No idea how you keep track of it. Don't think the creators know. Yeah, they're probably like, I don't know what is this anymore. They made up like some details a long time ago and then it's just run away. Specific dude, and it was his sole job for the last 40 years to keep continuity and approve lore into canon. Yeah. In the sense that the Imperium itself has lost its knowledge over the years. Oh, well, yeah, that's a nice way to like hand wave away any kind of inconsistencies too. You're like, oh no, the knowledge was lost to us. Oh no. This thing existed all along. We just didn't know because the knowledge was lost. Strayed a lot from the original, stolen a lot of tropes and gags from other IPs. Yeah. That's fine. I don't think anything can really be 100% free of influence from other things, you know? It's just the way that our life works. Especially with stuff like that in, like, you know, sci-fi and space and stuff. There can only be so many tropes. Gears of War is literally Warhammer fanfic. Kind of, yeah, actually, now that you say that, I didn't think about it. Those dudes, the crawler dudes that are demons, they just come out of the ground. That's true. They're like orcs. Because of chaos, something might be happening, but not really have happened. Oh, yeah, that too. Baroni, thank you for the 66-month resub. Sirkin, thanks for the 121 months. Thank you so much for the 121 months. And Pete's, thanks for the 16 months. Love God of War, but they admitted they all loved the 40k universe. I mean, that's, yeah, like, that's okay. They wanted to, like, create a video game of a universe that they, of a, like, a creative universe that they liked. I get it. And I'm a fan of the God of War games. I didn't realize, and now that we're all talking about all the lore, it makes sense. I can see it now. Okay. Wing. Air brake. Oh, yeah, there's a bunch of stuff here in the back. All these little hinges and things that we gotta clean up. Stuff at the front. Okay. Let's see. I need a ladder. This guy on YouTube. Oh, yeah, you can say the name. You won't be able to post the link because of the bot for the spam settings, but you can say who it is. I don't mind. I don't know that it's like something that I want to learn a lot about, but it is. I mean, it's like interesting. Like I said, it's just for it's just interesting to learn about, and since we're playing this right now, it's relevant. Very long form. That's cool. I mean, I like long form videos. I like having stuff like that on in the background while I'm working on other stuff because it's like I can just kind of tune it out, but it's still interesting and it's like I can learn a little bit at the same time. Whether it's about video game stuff or other stuff. It's just nice to have like something informative going, you know? Yeah, like as a podcast. But I like the visuals too because I'm a visual learner. Amazon Cavill show deal. What is it? What is that? Oh, are they making a Warhammer show? Yeah? Oh. Well, it seems like he's someone who cares about source material, and he also, I think, also like actually does play Warhammer. So, oh, we got it. Okay, cool. So at least there's some positives. Because, oh my god, it's after 2 already? Oh my god, chat. What the hell? We've been working on this plane for so long. He's a huge nerd, and he, like, actually plays Warhammer, if I recall correctly, so... So that seems good. He's built like a Space Marine? Yeah, I heard that he has 2 hearts. I heard that. There's so much to learn about 40k, I guess, that I got sucked in. Time flies when you're learning reasons to be grateful for the current universe you live in. I'm just gonna start doing that now. Anytime I feel depressed, I'm like, at least you don't live in Warhammer. We'll see if that works. I'm cured. Hooray. Don't think we're even in the first millennium yet. We should be safe. Oh, you mean of like progression toward a Warhammer-like society? We're in the very early stages. We don't even know how to travel in space yet. Not really. We know how to visit like the planetary body that's directly next to us, and that's it. We can't even get, like, a human being onto the next planet over. We're more in the cyberpunk timeline. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if anything. Definitely. Definitely. Carrie! 20 gifted subs. Thank you, Carrie, so much for gifting 20 subs. You generous, generous person. Thank you. Oh. Thank you, Carrie. I'm power washing the floor because I'm too busy looking at chat. Runs on helium-3, which is really abundant in our solar systems. So we got power down. I mean, it's a type of power. It's... Yeah, like it's... I mean, it's a type of power. I don't know if that's, like, problem solved, you know, necessarily. Plus all the radiation in space and the time it takes to travel distances and the time it takes to try and get back. That's always the thing that they don't bring up a lot in a lot of sci-fi. If it's not hard sci-fi, the time-space continuum thing, they just kind of ignore that. They're like, no, they just traveled there instantly. They just popped out of existence. You just go through a hyperloop thing or a hyper ring, whatever, and you're there. Magic. No time has passed. Just don't know how to control black holes effectively. Yeah. There's that little problem. There's that little problem. I'm sure we'll figure it out any moment now. Cheeks, thank you for subbing. Welcome to the armory. Have some hamburgers. Thank you for your support. Don't forget, chat, you can join our Discord. It's some channels are sub only, but it's also there are some channels which are open to the public now. And if you want to get if you want to get stream notifications, there's a way to do that on the Discord. Since I no longer post on Twitter or Instagram for anything. So if you want to get stream notifications for when I go live, because I don't stream on a daily basis anymore. Did you hear that asteroid's going to miss Earth? Oh, is it? Last I saw, it was up to like 3.1% or something. And we have a Reddit now. I have a subreddit that I use for posting stuff, so you can check that out. I have to get used to the new lines, because I'm used to saying join our sub only Discord, and it's not sub only anymore. It's mostly sub only. There's only like 5 channels if you're not subbed. But you can still get the social notifications if you're not subbed, so that's the important part. BugX, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Appreciate it. Thank you. It's just that if you want all the other fun channels, then you gotta be subbed. Like Carrie's Anime Corner. Okay. What do people do when they like what do people do when the Space Marine arrives on their planet and they see them? Or do they just like do they try to evacuate, or do they just are they just like, well, we're fucked? Is that do they just give up, or is there anything to do, or the website's good. I need to work on it, and I haven't had time since I was traveling. I thought I would be able to work on it when I was traveling, and I don't know why I thought that. There's never a good time to do that kind of thing when you're traveling. So yeah, that's still in the works, but it's kind of a lower priority for me now. Since the main thing was I wanted to get the social notifications so that I could get off of Twitter and stuff. And then I'll continue working on that as I can, when I can. They're mythic to the normal person. Oh, but they're not like, oh, we're fucked now. So we should maybe get out of here because we don't want to die. They don't care about that. They like don't realize. Oh, they don't realize until it's like maybe too late. You would think that they would know by now, you know, like since the Space Marines aren't like a new thing. You'd think they would know. Okay, which one is that? What is that thing? This reminds me of the forge in Baldur's Gate. The steel forge. Most things are built up on propaganda, myths, lies, and secrecy. Most citizens would never see a space marine in the flesh, and many don't even know they exist. Interesting. Okay. Huh. So I guess it's like Jedi in the post 66 thing where people are like, they don't exist anymore. It's like unicorns or something, right? Where they're just like, they don't exist. They're not here. They used to be here, but they're not here anymore. Or like they used to be a thing, and then they just wouldn't really know what to do if they saw one in person. I mean, there's not really anything to do, I guess, but they don't bother to send in the Space Marines. They just glass the planet from orbit. Huh. So you're like, oh, they're here to save us, and then they just boot up the Death Star. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, shucks. Exterminatus, which is various methods to just destroy entire planets. Dang. We're lucky the Empire didn't find out about that. They only had one idea, build a giant volleyball and put a laser in it. They tried it a bunch of times. They got other methods? What other ways are there? Yeah. Oh, it's like a trolley problem. I get it. It's just funny to me that it's like you're like, oh no, bad guys are here. Maybe the authorities will send someone to save us. Oh no, they're just gonna blow up the entire planet. Oops. That sucks. Oops. That's a real bummer. Oh, it's all in the back here. $99. We're almost there. I just to figure out what we're missing. That thing. This thing. Engine cowling. Okay. This engine is... Oh, it's like back there, maybe? Trying to figure out where all the dirt is. Oh, this... Probably in this red thing, because that's counted as part of the engine, I guess. Yeah. There we go, okay. Alright, what else? Side hatch on this one. And the emblem itself. Gonna make sure we got that nice and shiny. Side armor belts. Highlight to find... Oh, well, yeah, that's what I'm doing. I just... Sometimes you can run around and, like, find things just by looking around, you know? So I just start there, and then once I can't find things to do anymore, then I highlight. Right when I did it. Yeah. Okay, side belt thing. The other one on the other side too. Yeah. Just like jumping all over the plane. Okay. Side armor. Fuselage armor is like this whole thing. Oh wait. Oh, these are two separate fuselage armors. Okay. Can I climb this? Yay. This one is probably just around these hinges and stuff. There's always stuff that gets left behind. Ball? Okay, so this is Orin's ship. One of the biggest vehicles? Really? Doesn't seem that big. I guess, oh, it's probably scaled down a lot. Considering they need to be able to transport those dudes, right? The night dudes? Fuselage armor. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how big they're meant to be, like, to scale. They mean the tabletop models that Games Workshop produces? Oh, like the minis? Okay. This fuselage armor will not get clean. There we go. Okay, and this emblem, I think, also is not clean. There we go. Engine thing. What else? What you got? Main wing tips. Okay. It's that thing on the side. Because I didn't clean, like, the face of it, I bet. Yeah. Engine vent. Engine exhaust. Oh, the vent is this part. Okay. Okay. Nose armor belt. Rear armor belt. Okay. Underside armor. 2 of them. Up here. There we go. Okay. Access ramp. Hellstrike. This is the ramp, right? Yeah. I bet it's on the top of it that we didn't clean. Or like there. Yeah. Okay, access ramp. Hellstrike missile pylons. Hellstrike missile. Pylon. 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 And main wing light is maybe this one? Oh, wingtip light. Okay, so that's different from the main wing light, which is here. Okay, and so the pylon must be on this other side. That one. Yay! We did it! It's beautiful. BugX, thank you for gifting 5 subs. The wings just go up and down, up and down. Misamari, thank you for the 53-month resub. There's more? No. Okay, that was it. Pendu, thank you for the 10-year resub. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. So it was mostly, it was 2 robots, 2 tanks, and then a spaceship. They didn't have any, Oh yeah, I didn't finish the Tomb Raider one. We were doing the maze still. And then we finished Midgar, and the next one I have, I don't have that one, and then there's seasonal ones, but... Okay, cool. Well, that's it for me today, chat. I do not plan on being on tomorrow. I think the vlog should be good to go for tomorrow, though. I rendered it out like a first draft, and I have to go back and do just some, like, fixy things. But that should be either probably tomorrow, because it's a little bit late now, but... Yeah, so no stream tomorrow, but I will see you all on Wednesday. I hope you all have a really good night. Thank you again for watching the stream, and thank you for the gifted subs, and for all the Warhammer knowledge. I have learned so much today. Some of it I wish I hadn't, but I did anyways, so... What's happening? Huh? Oh. No, he didn't eat his breakfast, and when you brought him his lunch, then he ate his breakfast, so... He's just being weird. I don't know. Anyways, I will see you all on Wednesday. I hope you all have a good night. Thanks for watching the stream. Bye-bye.